Chapter 1081. Li Zongjiu was extremely determined. At this moment, it was undoubtedly dangerous for the King of Fire to stay here. However, Li Zongjiu had no choice but to leave the King of Fire here for the time being. At the same time, he had Li Yun stay behind to look after him. At the same time, Li Zongjiu was also searching in his mind. Where could there be a level 9 array master? Li Zongjiu used his mental strength as a fulcrum and directly pierced through the space in front of him. Using this method, he achieved the effect of teleportation. Zhihua sect. This was the largest sect in the vicinity. If he were to fly back to the Black Chu Imperial City, it would take a lot of time. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly threw a knife at the Zhihua sect. At this moment, the Zhihua sect's mountain gate was split in half. The sect master had just come out of seclusion. Faced with this, the two grand elders had no way to explain themselves. The sect master of the Zhihua sect was even more enraged. He immediately gave the order to remove the two grand elders from their positions and put them in solitary confinement. Those who knew about the situation all pleaded for mercy. Naturally, they couldn't be blamed for this. Alright, enough. Even the mountain gate has been split into this state. How can you still have the face to speak? Boom. A muffled thunder-like sound came from the sky. Then, a domineering aura blasted into the newly built hall. Who dares to barge into my Zhihua sect's main hall? The Zhihua sect master was enraged. Barging in like this was clearly a rebellion. How could he let the intruder leave safely? No matter who you are, I'll take you down first. It's evil lord. The two grand elders saw Li Zongjiu's figure. It was so familiar that he actually appeared in front of them. They were just talking about Li Zongjiu, and Li Zongjiu appeared. It was unbelievable. Could it be that Li Zongjiu had been loitering nearby all this time? So, you're that evil lord? How dare you destroy my sect? Today, as the sect master of the Zhihua sect, I'm going to… Bang! Li Zongjiu stepped forward and punched him in the face. Instantly, the head of the Zhihua sect master was sent flying. Bang! Blood immediately gushed out from the broken neck. He was the sect master of the Zhihua sect, a 6th-stage primitive emperor expert. He had actually lost his life to Evil Lord's punch. He didn't have any strength to fight back. This was where Li Zongjiu's strength lay. If he wanted to kill someone, Li Zongjiu had always been straightforward, without any superfluous words. With the death of the sect leader, the scene immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at Li Zongjiu. Looking at the dead sect leader, he sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Li Zongjiu's murderous aura was very strong. As soon as he said this, everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They all stood there quietly, waiting for Li Zongjiu's question. I want you to provide me with the information and name list of all level 7 to level 9 array masters. Li Zongjiu said calmly. Speaking of these sects, the first thing they had to do was to train their disciples to have the ability to recognize experts. After all, they were all in this line of work. If they didn't recognize those experts and accidentally offended them, then the consequences would be very tragic. For example, if they encountered Evil Lord, the outcome would be obvious. However, this Evil Lord had only become famous for a short while, so he wasn't included in the list. Therefore, it wasn't popularized so quickly. This was because these people who suddenly became famous often had a high chance of dying quickly. Therefore, not to mention the entire continent, there were only a few experts in the entire dynasty. Although they didn't know why Li Zongjiu was in such a hurry to find these qualified array masters, now that even the sect leader had been killed by him, they naturally had to get things done quickly. Originally, the two supreme elders were a little afraid of Li Zongjiu. However, after Li Zongjiu killed the sect leader, who had indiscriminately put them in confinement, they felt a lot better. Therefore, it was better not to be too arrogant. It was best to keep a low profile as much as possible. Go and bring the recently updated Hall of Fame here. One of the supreme elders hurriedly said. Take the body away. Since the sect leader has unfortunately passed away, the great elder will temporarily take over the sect's affairs. After the new sect leader is elected, the handover will be done. Go and pour some tea. The great elder quickly poured a cup of tea for Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio didn't drink it. He just stood there quietly. Every second seemed so long, making people feel incomparable torment. After a while, someone immediately came over with a jade scroll. The Hall of Fame was also the information collected by these people about some extremely famous experts in the underworld. Among them were extraordinary top experts. Lord Evil Lord, they are all here. According to the information we have collected so far, there doesn't seem to be any level 9 array masters. However, there are 2 level 8 array masters. As for level 7 array masters, there are 6 of them. Level 6 array masters were enough to deal with primitive emperors. However, there were also differences in strength. Level 7 array masters were equivalent to the supremacy realm. However, in order to truly block a supremacy realm expert, a level 8 array master was needed. After all, there was no supremacy realm in the array master realm. Therefore, level 8 and level 9 array masters corresponded to mid-stage and late-stage supremacy realm expert. If it were in the Xingyan dynasty, there probably wouldn't be a single level 8 array master. Even the King of Fire was only a level 7 array master. He could barely be considered a level 8 array master. In the previous array, although Li Yun could find the array's weakness, she didn't have the ability to break the array. Therefore, Li Yun's strength should be at level 5 or level 6. For ordinary people, such a result was enough to be proud of. However, in the Haiku dynasty, it was very mediocre. Oh right, I remember that we received news that a level 8 array master will arrive in Jihua City in a few days. He seems to be here for the demon suppression ruins. The first elder suddenly remembered and slapped his thigh. Li Zongjio immediately looked at the first elder. The first elder slapped his thigh. He actually forgot such an important matter. It was mainly because Li Zongjio gave him too much pressure. Huh! Li Zongjio directly released his spiritual energy. Immediately, he scanned everyone in Jihua City and obtained all kinds of information from them in a domineering manner. Everyone felt like they had been seen through by him. If they had any equipment that could defend against spiritual energy attacks, it would be instantly shattered by the opponent's spiritual energy. The jade ornaments hanging on their bodies shattered without them realizing it. Some people even broke out in a cold sweat. If this person wanted to kill them, it would only take a thought to do it. His life was actually so worthless. After scanning the entire city, Li Zongjio determined from the aura that one of the people had. This person's spiritual energy was extremely powerful, at least not weaker than Li Zongjio's. When Li Zongjio's spiritual energy came over, this person's spiritual energy was very strong. It was obvious that this person wanted to fight with Li Zongjio. Is it an old man who likes to wear flowery clothes? Li Zongjio asked. Yes, that's right. This is his style. His nickname is Thousand Flower Elder. He's very good at trapping arrays. Lord Evil Lord, you have to be careful. Seeing Li Zongjio's attitude, it seemed like he wanted to become the enemy of all the array masters in the world. Therefore, the first elder couldn't help but say this. Li Zongjio's figure suddenly flew out. Meanwhile, in a tavern in the city, an old man wearing a flowery long robe was hugging his left and right. This was a place for drinking wine. Beside the old man was an old friend of many years who was drinking wine with him. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, and the person beside him instantly became alert. What's going on? The middle-aged man in black couldn't help but ask. What he felt just now was definitely not an illusion. Someone really scanned their bodies and wanted to use spiritual energy to investigate them. In terms of spiritual energy, there were only a few people in the entire Haiku dynasty who could be compared to the old man in flowery robe beside him. I don't know where this scoundrel came from. How dare he spy on me? Thousand Flower Elder couldn't help but sneer. How could he not know what level he was at? He actually wanted to show off his slight skill in front of an expert. It was simply stupid. Boom! A large hole was blasted in the roof of the house, and a figure instantly landed in front of the two of them. The surrounding women were so scared that they screamed and fled in all directions. These women who accompanied them to drink often had to practice such skills. When they saw that the situation was not good, they immediately wanted to escape. Disturbing my mood will be the stupidest thing you've ever done in your life. The thousand-flower old man shook his head and said earnestly. Myriad Sword Chi. The middle-aged man in black beside him leaped, and a terrifying sword chi swept towards Li Zhongjiu. It turned out to be a 9th-grade primitive emperor expert. Li Zhongjiu carried the hammer, and without saying a word, his figure flashed and rushed in front of the middle-aged man in black, allowing the sword chi to hit his body. He was unscathed. Now that Li Zhongjiu's ancient golden body was able to reach the attack of a supreme-level expert, this primitive emperor expert was nothing in his eyes. Boom! The hammer fell, directly breaking the hand of the primitive emperor swordsman who had been roaming the underworld for many years. His figure flew out in an instant, penetrated by the power of thunder and lightning. He fell to the ground, unconscious. Taoist Qianhua quickly took out a formation disc. Even his old friend wasn't his match, not even able to block a single move. However, Li Zhongjiu had already clasped the other's wrist. A fist bombarded the other's chest. Yuanli instantly covered the other's body, sealing the latter's strength directly. Chapter 1082. Who are you? What do you want? The thousand-flower old man did not expect that his old friend of many years would be sent flying with one move. At the same time, he did not even have the chance to display his skills. He was directly subdued by the person who came. Who exactly was this person? When the thousand-flower old man was young and impetuous, he had indeed offended many people. However, as he became famous later, most of his enemies had been dealt with. Some of them had basically gone into hiding, or had come to bury the hatchet. Basically, no one was willing to be an enemy of the thousand-flower old man. The young man in front of him was quite unfamiliar. It could be said that he had never seen him before. However, Li Zhongjiu did not say anything. He directly sent the thousand-flower old man into his blood-soul hell with one palm strike. The thousand-flower old man was trapped in the blood-soul hell. The next moment, Li Zhongjiu's figure disappeared from where he stood. After Li Zhongjiu left, the primitive emperor powerhouse lying on the ground suddenly moved his body. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the surroundings were already empty. Damn it! Who the hell is that person? How could he be so strong? Thousand Flower must have been captured by him. At the thought of this, the primitive emperor hurriedly sent people to search for the thousand-flower old man's traces. He mobilized all his energy, and a mysterious super-powerful young man rushed out for no reason. He had captured the person. There are not many people who can break my sword move in one move. Who the hell is this guy? In just 2 days, the formation masters on the list were all captured by Li Zhongjiu. These people were basically unwilling to go out, and the formation they had meticulously arranged was in their own homes. At first, Thousand Flower had only come to see the situation and show her face because she had received an invitation from a friend, who knew that she would be captured by Li Zhongjiu as soon as she appeared. In the Haiku dynasty, because these famous formation masters had all disappeared at almost the same time, a cloud of suspicion suddenly rose in the underworld of the Haiku dynasty. What kind of terrifying force could do something like this? Moreover, why did they capture these array masters? Have you heard? The ancestor of the He clan of Jiangbei was taken away by force in his own territory. The old ancestor of the He clan? Could it be the legendary array master? That's right, that's him. I heard that the entire He clan's territory was destroyed. What kind of array formation was that? All of it was destroyed. In Johua City, many people heard the news and whispered to each other. They told each other all the news that they had heard in order to gain attention. Sometimes they even exaggerated the news. Come on, Big Mouth. Whatever comes out of your mouth is basically not true. Like hell I'd believe you. Hey, Big Mouth Huang, may have exaggerated a little at other times, but this time, my news is very accurate. There is absolutely no exaggeration. I have definite news that the one who captured these array masters is the same person. His name is Evil Lord. Evil Lord? That 5-second guy? When Big Mouth Huang gave out such shocking news, everyone was shocked. Everyone present was extremely shocked, and some of them even hurriedly urged Big Mouth Huang to tell them everything he knew. With so much explosive news, how could he not share it? Sigh, I'm a little hungry. Big Mouth Huang touched his stomach. Immediately, someone ordered some chicken, duck, and fish for Big Mouth Huang. It was just a small amount of money. When he saw the delicious food on the table, Big Mouth Huang wiped his mouth and began to eat. Just as Big Mouth Huang was eating, suddenly, he felt a few chilling auras lock onto him. The people around him couldn't help but look up. Fatty, who is this evil lord that you just mentioned? The person who walked closer. The person in front of him. If Li Zongjie was here, he would definitely recognize him. This person was the expert swordsman who had been sent flying by Li Zongjie in a tavern a few days ago. It was no wonder that the other party was so unconvinced. He had been waiting in Johua City with his brothers in order to find Li Zongjie. However, after waiting for so long, he still hadn't seen Li Zongjie. Today, he just happened to hear someone talking about this matter, so he walked up directly. Big Mouth Huang looked at the 5 people in front of him. It was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. The aura on their bodies was an independent yet powerful aura. Even the surrounding people who were watching the show lowered their heads and left without looking back. They didn't want to be implicated. About this, I also heard this from a brother. Big Mouth Huang was so scared that the drumstick in his mouth fell off. What brother? Take me to him, and I won't make things difficult for you, Taiwan said indifferently. Although he was defeated by Li Zongjie last time, when Taiwan looked back, he thought that the kid must have used some kind of protective treasure. That's why he was able to protect himself so well. Li Zongjie was able to block his sword and then hit him, defeating him. Now, the 4 experts by his side were all good friends who had been practicing martial arts for many years. They were also the people who formed a team to explore the Demon Suppression Palace. It was just that they didn't keep an eye on them, and their array masters were taken away by someone else. If there weren't any array masters in this operation, it could be said to be very dangerous. A place like the Demon Suppression Palace must be full of killing arrays. That friend of mine is from Johua sect, Big Mouth Huang said with a trembling voice. Under Taiwan's gaze, he was about to break down. At this moment, these missing array masters, all of them appeared in one place. Feyua City. 7 figures stood in front of the soul-burning array. On the ground beside them, there was another person lying on the ground. His head had already been removed. The remaining 7 people all felt a sense of trepidation. They had seen Li Zongjie's methods in the past 2 days. They didn't know how many people he had killed. Without saying anything, he directly captured them. They didn't even know what was going on before they were captured and brought here. It was only after they were released that they realized why they had been captured. It was actually to break the array. To break the array? You should have said this earlier. Why did you have to fight and kill? You see, it was quite unpleasant. The dead man lying on the ground. He didn't do anything at all. Everyone had just stabilized themselves when Li Zongjie told them what had happened. In the end, he said that if they couldn't break the array, they would end up like him. Then, this person's head was directly removed. The rest of the people didn't even know what had happened. The dead man was called Xiao Yu. He was a 7th level array master. After all, the circle of array masters wasn't big. They had more or less interacted with each other. They could only watch as this familiar person died in front of them like grass. Everyone knew that Li Zongjiu was vicious and merciless. It was definitely not a joke. Immediately, everyone began to obediently study the soul-burning array in front of them. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was trying to save people. After observing the soul-burning array for a while, these array masters began to understand why Li Zongjiu was in such a hurry to capture them. There wasn't much time left. If they couldn't get the person out, the soul of the woman in the array would dissipate. Even now, the King of Fire was gradually entering a state of unconsciousness. His perception of his surroundings was quite weak. Next, he would be forced to burn his own power. He had to accept the arrival of death. Among the 7 people, there were 2 people in the lead. One was Elder Qianhua. The other was Li Zongjiu, who had spent a lot of effort to capture from a family. His name was He Jiuyang. Both of them were 8th level array masters. Moreover, they were quite familiar with each other and had discussed it together for a period of time. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would fall into such a predicament. This is an ancient 9th level array, the soul-burning array. If these 8 soul-burning pillars reach the top, there will be no way to save them. It was a 7th level array master who explained the mystery in front of them. Li Zongjiu and Li Yun both looked at him. At least he could see that this was the soul-burning array. The others were slightly surprised when this person spoke. It turned out that this was the legendary soul-burning array. It was said that this array was extremely vicious. It was hard to believe. This person is called Yuan Tianshu. Li Yun looked at the list in her hand and whispered to Li Zongjiu, "Can you break this array?" Li Zongjiu nodded and then asked Yuan Tianshu. Chapter 1083. Given my strength, it'll take me at least half a year to comprehend this formation. Yuan Tianshu shook his head. No one can break this formation unless they have a level 9 cultivation base. Li Yun's face turned pale when she heard this, even though she knew it would end up like this. However, when these people confirmed it, her heart sank. A level 9 formation master. Not to mention whether Li Zongjiu could find a way to find him, it was hard to say whether he could. "Please forgive us. We can't help you even if you kill us," Yuan Tianshu said in a deep voice. Yuan Tianshu said in a deep voice. The others also looked at Li Zongjiu. These people were equivalent to half of the formation masters in the Haiku dynasty. Basically, all the masters that could be found were here. The existence of a level 9 formation master. Even they didn't know. If they didn't know, it was equivalent to not having a level 9 formation master. This made them feel very awkward. How should they explain this matter? There was simply no way to settle this matter. "Zongjiu, there's really no way," Li Yun said in a low voice. There seemed to be a slight tremble in her voice. She didn't dare to mention this matter and quickly lowered her head. It wasn't easy for him to find his master. But now, he had to watch his master die in this damned array with his own eyes. Just thinking about it made her feel extremely uncomfortable. There was no way she could accept such an outcome. "You're called Li Zongjiu, right? We can't help you with this. Although you acted rashly this time, we won't pursue this matter for the time being since you were eager to save people," Thousand Flower Elder also said to Li Zongjiu. After all, he was an 8th level formation master. He absolutely couldn't back down in this situation, let alone in front of so many people. He couldn't lose face. At the very least, he had to save his own face. Therefore, he directly walked out and said this. "In that case," Li Zongjiu said slowly. He let out a heavy sigh and then looked at the 7 people in front of him. The 7 of them widened their eyes. Could it be that this brat wanted to let them go? Knowing that this matter was too difficult, he had no choice but to give up? Li Zongjiu could be considered tactful if he just let them leave. Otherwise, after a long time, their subordinates would definitely track them down. At that time they would know what pain was. Various armies would come to kill them. Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would not be able to fight against so many people. When everyone was here, he would definitely teach Li Zongjiu a lesson. Therefore, Old Man Qianhua and the others secretly memorized the faces of Li Zongjiu and Li Yun. Since they wanted to be enemies with them and even offended them, they couldn't just ignore it. Since you can't do anything about it, I'll have to trouble you. Li Zongjiu raised his head and looked at the array masters in front of him. Immediately, a sense of crisis surged in their hearts. What did Li Zongjiu want to do? Could it be that he wanted to attack them? What do you want to do? Brat, I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, you and your family will not have a good life. Old Man Qianhua roared at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was clearly going to do something. Li Zongjiu's figure flickered and each of them landed a palm strike on their bodies. They spat out blood and flew out. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu directly put the 7 figures into the spiritual hell. Roar. In the spiritual hell, the white dragon True Spirit was hovering in the sky. When the 7 figures entered, it opened its mouth and roared. Immediately, a terrifying roar swept out. Spiritual domain. Someone can condense the legendary spiritual domain. He Jiuyang exclaimed. Indeed, there was actually someone who could condense a spiritual domain. This was truly shocking. Once the spiritual domain was condensed, it could be said that it was equivalent to an absolute guarantee for one's mind power. Even if one's mind power was severely damaged by someone in the outside world, it could be repaired in time in the spiritual domain. Moreover, in the spiritual domain, unless the opponent's mind power was stronger than yours, it would be very difficult to break out. This was what surprised He Jiuyang and the others. But now, it seemed that it was not a good thing for them. What does that brat want to do? Li Zongjiu's spiritual doppelganger appeared in the sky above everyone. Since you can't help, I'll borrow your mind power, Li Zongjiu said faintly. He was high and mighty, like an emperor who ruled the world. The 7 people in front of Li Zongjiu had used up a lot of experience to get to where they were today. Now that they had met Li Zongjiu, they were forced to hand over their lifetime's worth of cultivation. This brat wants to refine our mind power to fight against him. Yuan Tianshu immediately felt Li Zongjiu's intention. It had to be said that Li Zongjiu's move was very dangerous. If Li Zongjiu wanted to use his hammer to kill these array masters, it would naturally be no problem. But now, he wanted to fight with them in terms of mind power. It wasn't that easy to win. Whoosh! The white dragon original spirit rushed in front of Yuan Tianshu in an instant. Then, with a fierce swing of its tail, it directly knocked Yuan Tianshu's mind power out of his own body. Yuan Tianshu's mind power could condense in this spiritual realm, as if it had become a transparent figure, but he could only watch his own body stay where it was. What kind of operation was this? The other 6 people also looked at Yuan Tianshu. Their mind power was obviously not strong enough to condense their mind power. It was just a stream of energy, but in Li Zongjiu's spiritual realm, it directly formed such a state, and they could clearly see each other's souls with their eyes. Buzz! A figure quickly wandered over. It opened its mouth and swallowed Yuan Tianshu, who was still in shock. Soul beast! Ancient soul beast! It was like a giant tadpole wandering in the sky. He kept a close eye on what was happening below at all times. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, had his eyes closed and was refining the power that the soul-returning beast had returned to him. Since these people had no way to break this array, then let Li Zongjiu do it. He would do it himself. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu's realm of elixirs had reached an extremely terrifying level. Although he had dabbled in other aspects, it was not deep. This time, Li Zongjiu really had no other way, and could only take such a risk. He had to give it a try. First, he would refine the strength of these 7 people, and then see what kind of level they could reach by gathering them together. At most, it would be equivalent to 3 level 8 array masters. If he wanted to reach the level 9 array master realm, there would be a certain distance. Fight it out with him. He Jiuyang and the others also made their move. However, in this spiritual realm, some extremely terrifying figures suddenly appeared. These were the mind power of the soul beasts. But why would the mind power of these high-level soul beasts appear here? Under the attack of these soul beasts and the white dragon original spirit, He Jiuyang and the others could not fight back. These array masters who stood at the top of the Haiku dynasty were killed by Li Zongjiu so easily. Behind each figure there was a very big trouble. One must know that these people's identities were not simple, and they would come knocking on their door sooner or later. By then, even Wan Yulan would not be able to protect Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu did not care about the result. If he wanted revenge, he would welcome it any time. Li Zongjiu could get rid of them in minute. This was where Li Zongjiu's dominance lay. He was not afraid of these people coming to cause trouble. So what if there was someone behind them? They would be defeated in minutes. Li Zongjiu wanted to save a person, and he did not care about how many people he had to kill. In the end, the souls of the 7 array masters were refined by Li Zongjiu. In fact, if Wu Tian had an ancient soul beast, he would not have needed to activate something as troublesome as the soul-burning array. When Li Zongjiu reappeared in front of Li Yun, Li Yun could clearly feel the changes in Li Zongjiu's body. There seemed to be several violent forces that were all concentrated in Li Zongjiu's body. It kept vibrating in Li Zongjiu's body. Zongjiu, you? What's wrong with you? Protect me. I will break the array. There were less than 5 days left, and as King of Fire's resistance weakened, the speed of the array seemed to have increased. Obviously, the situation was worse than imagined. Okay. Li Yun's eyes widened. She already had a guess in her heart. Li Zongjiu killed the 7 people and refined their powers. Chapter 1084. Li Zongjiu directly chose to refine the powers of the 7 people in front of him. Doing so was undoubtedly very dangerous. Directly absorbing these 7 terrifying energies into one's body would first put an extremely dangerous strain on one's body. If one was not careful, it was very likely that one would explode and die, or even suffer from qi deviation. However, Li Zongjiu's body did not seem to be in such a situation. After forcibly refining the powers of the 7 people, he was still so calm and did not seem to have any problems at all. Li Yun had already set up a formation around the city. At the same time, Li Yan had also modified the formation in Feiyue City once again. She directly activated it. Buzz! The Emperor's prison formation was reactivated. Even if someone came knocking on the door, it would take some time before they could break in. At the very least, it was a kind of protection. At the same time, it was also a kind of concealment formation, which could ensure that the enemy would not find this place so quickly. At this moment, Feiyue City could be said to be in a very dangerous situation. The death of these 8 formation masters alone was enough to shake half of the Haiku dynasty's Jianghu. It was very difficult to find a high-level formation master. Even in the Xingyan dynasty, there were probably only 4 or 5 7th-level formation masters. If these 4 or 5 people were all dead, wouldn't these people panic? The entire Jianghu would be shaken. Although formation masters were not as popular as alchemists, once they reached the peak of this profession, there would naturally be people who would put them in important positions. Now that they were killed, it would definitely anger the forces behind these people. Perhaps there would be more than 7 or 8 of them, or even 10 or 20 of them. However, in order to save the King of Fire, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to do so. He did everything he could. Now Li Zongjiu was forcibly refining and absorbing the memories of these people. All the formation experience was concentrated on himself. Although Li Zongjiu had not really studied it thoroughly, fortunately, he was talented and had dabbled in it before. Therefore, the speed at which he absorbed these experiences was relatively fast. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's attainments in the field of formations soared. 2 days later, Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. It was only now that the cultivation of the 7 of them had been completely unlocked. It was completely refined by Li Zongjiu. How is it? Li Yun saw that Li Zongjiu had recovered. King of Fire's condition was getting worse and worse. If they continued to wait, he would definitely disappear completely in 2 days. Right now, I'm probably at the 8th level, Li Zongjiu said. Even Li Zongjiu himself wasn't sure. At the same time, Li Zongjiu found a lot of information about the soul-burning array in Yuan Tianshu's memories. One of the pieces of information was very useful to Li Zongjiu. In order to break the soul-burning array, there was another way besides directly breaking the array, and that was to exchange one's soul for another. It could be considered a compromise, but at least it could be considered as rescuing someone. With Yuan Tianshu's strength, he could barely perform this method. If he had the strength of the other formation masters that day, he would have been able to do it. However, Yuan Tianshu didn't dare to take the risk, so he didn't say it. Now there was no chance to speak. They were all killed by Li Zongjiu. 8th level? Then is there a chance? Li Yun's eyes were shining. Li Zongjiu had jumped from the 3rd or 4th level to the 8th level in just 2 days. It was simply an incredible realm. Such strength was extremely shocking. There is. Although we can't break the array directly, there is a way to save the King of Fire, Li Zongjiu said. What he had to do now was very simple. He just had to capture someone whose soul force wasn't too weak. At the very least, he had to be able to withstand the pressure. What method? Li Yun asked. First, we need to catch someone with similar strength. Before Li Zongjiu could finish his words, he suddenly heard a huge movement in the sky above Feiyue City. Boom! Fortunately, there was a large array to protect them. An extremely strong fluctuation seemed to be coming from outside, and it spread out in front of them. Evil Sovereign, get the hell out here! A voice resounded through the sky. After tossing and turning, they finally found the hiding place of the man called Evil Lord. Did he think that they wouldn't be able to find him by hiding in such a place? There were close to 20 figures behind Taiwan. Apart from the people that Taiwan had brought with him, the rest were from the He clan. Back then, Li Zongjiu had launched a sneak attack on the He clan and captured He Jiuyang in front of everyone. At that time, He Jiuyang had been unable to stop Li Zongjiu. Later, Li Zongjiu had disappeared. The He clan had immediately mobilized all their forces to find Li Zongjiu's whereabouts. They had also mobilized the experts of the He clan to come here. They had to find Li Zongjiu at all cost. Now they had finally found Feiyue City. However, just as they were about to barge in, they found that there was an extremely strong force blocking their way. That was why they had seen the scene just now. Didn't you say that you were Evil Lord? You're a supreme being. Don't tell me that you don't live up to your reputation? Brat, if you know what's good for you, quickly invite our old ancestor out. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the might of the He clan. The patriarch of the He clan, He Tianming, said coldly. When Li Zongjiu had launched a sneak attack on the He clan, he hadn't been present. He had been out handling some matters. Who knew that when he returned, the clan's formation had been destroyed and their old ancestor had been captured. In that case, He Tianming, as the patriarch of the He clan, couldn't escape the blame. Therefore, he roared directly. He couldn't wait to bring their old ancestor back. This was a huge loss of face for them. This made He Tianming extremely anxious. The primitive emperors behind him had been brought by He Tianming. They were there to find Li Zongjiu so that they could kill him directly. There shouldn't be any sloppiness. After bringing their old ancestor back, they would kill Li Zongjiu directly. When He Tianming's voice fell, the light screen below actually flickered. The defensive formation had actually opened by itself. Could it be that they wanted to surrender? At present, they didn't know what was going on below Feiyue City. However, they had brought so many experts with them, so there was no need for them to be afraid. With more than 20 primitive emperors gathered together, there was no place in the world that they couldn't go. It's that brat. Someone saw Li Zongjio standing below. Taiwan also recognized him at a glance. The young man in front of him was the one who had given him a slap in the pub that day. He had finally found this brat. That's him. Everyone, don't be polite. Use the cruelest method to kill him. Taiwan couldn't wait to capture Li Zongjio and use all means to torture him. The people of the He clan were also boiling at this moment. Let's go down. Immediately, everyone rushed down and landed in front of Li Zongjio. They sized up the situation around them. Although the city was full of strange things, they had more than 20 people together. Just this alone was enough for them to be brave enough. All of them were staring at Li Zongjio in front of them. However, they didn't see the person they were looking for, so they weren't in a hurry to act. Brat, who are you? You have captured more than half of the formation masters of the dynasty. Are you trying to make the entire dynasty your enemy? Evil Lord, I'll give you a chance now. Send our old ancestor out safely and the He clan will let bygones be bygones. He Tianming said indifferently. However, even a child wouldn't believe such a thing. Li Zongjio didn't answer them. Instead, he waved his hand in the air. Then, the array in the sky closed up once again. It was in a closed state. Hee, are you trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Let's see who the turtle is. Evil Lord, do you really think that you can fight against so many of us alone? He Tianming and the rest said coldly. However, Li Zongjio didn't say anything. Instead, he took out the black dragon hammer in his hand. Swoosh. His figure flashed and he charged towards them. Let's kill this brat first. Taiwan took the lead and brandished the sword in his hand. This time, he wouldn't be hurt by Li Zongjio's scheme like the last time. Boom. An overbearing thunderbolt burst out from the hammer in Li Zongjio's hand. Just this string of lightning was enough to break the weapons in the hands of the people in front of him. Chapter 1085. Everyone felt their bodies stiffen as they lost control of their bodies. Naturally, their weapons fell to the ground. They were looking at the person in front of them. Li Zongjio's figure flashed. He was already holding his hammer and hammering down on the bodies of the He family's experts. Bang! 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 Anyone who was hit by Li Zongjio's hammer directly had their defenses broken, and their bodies were directly sent flying. With a loud bang, they crashed into a pile of ruins. They had lost their ability to fight. What? He Tianming and the rest saw this and quickly gathered their strength to form a sword chi. They slashed towards Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio's figure was extremely illusory. With a sway of his body, he dodged the sword. He Tianming immediately saw Li Zongjio's figure rushing towards him. He wanted to free his hands but realized that Li Zongjio was too fast. Li Zongjio's hammer hit He Tianming's head. Bang! The protective amulet on He Tianming's body was easily shattered. The remaining power sent He Tianming flying. His head was bleeding. When he fell to the ground, he had no more strength to fight. Then, he fainted. Seeing this, the rest of the people were shocked. However, they didn't have time to take care of He Tianming's situation. Li Zongjio's figure was like a ghost, flickering and drifting. Once he appeared, he would definitely take someone away. Bang! Two of the He family's experts stood back to back, trying to form a defense. However, it was easily broken. Even the original spirits they released to protect themselves were severely injured. They fell down. Puff, puff. In just a few minutes, the He family's experts had been defeated. As for Taiwan and the rest of the five, only Taiwan and one of them were left standing. There was only one person left in the He family. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 primitive emperors left. The miserable state of the people who had fallen to the ground immediately caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. It was really too terrifying. Taiwan and his companion exchanged glances. Let's go together. Alright. The remaining experts of the He clan did not doubt him. How could they not unite in such a situation? What awaited them would be a complete loss. When they saw Li Zongjiu rushing towards them, Taiwan gave the order. Then, the three of them rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Retreat. Suddenly, Taiwan and his companions changed directions and rushed towards the sky. They actually wanted to take the lead in escaping this place. This evil lord in front of them was too strong. How could someone be so powerful? Since most of the He clan's people were already dead, they didn't mind having one more person die so that they could leave. The expert of the He clan, never thought that these people would flee at such a time. Not only that, but they also sent him out as a scapegoat to block Li Zongjiu's figure. There was no doubt about the outcome of this expert of the He clan. The three of them together were no match for Li Zongjiu, not to mention that he was the only one left. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and sent the expert of the He clan flying. He fell to the ground. His body couldn't move. He was only twitching slightly. Break for me. Knowing that there was a defensive formation above them, the two of them slashed towards the formation in the sky at the same time. When they released their sword chi, it didn't even shake the defensive formation in front of them at all. Not only that, that terrifying force instantly bounced back towards the two of them. It was really unexpected that there was such an effect. Boom! Two figures descended from the sky. Li Yun sneered after seeing this scene from afar. Why don't you see who's in charge of this formation? The difference between a large formation controlled by someone and a large formation controlled by no one could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Ordinary people simply couldn't imagine how big the difference was. Only when one truly experienced the power of a large formation would one know the terrifying difference between them. Taiwan spat out a mouthful of blood. They had more than 20 primitive emperor experts, all of whom were at the mid-stage and late-stage primitive emperor level. However, none of them were a match for Evil Lord. They were easily defeated by Evil Lord. There was no doubt that Evil Lord was a supreme-level expert. Who would have thought that the title of Evil Overlord was not just a boast, but he really did have such strength. It was unbelievable. They were really unlucky this time. They originally wanted to save the people, but they didn't expect that they would lose their lives. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you. I'm at your disposal. Taiwan's companion said hurriedly when he saw Li Zongjiu walking over. This was practically the last of his strength, but he still persisted. After all, this could be said to be his last chance. However, Li Zongjiu didn't waste any more words. He smashed the latter's head with his hammer. This horrifying scene made Taiwan suck in a breath of cold air. What exactly did Li Zongjiu want? His methods were so cruel and terrifying. Since I've been defeated, you can kill me or torture me as you wish, Taiwan said firmly. Just now, one of the people who had admitted defeat had been killed by Li Zongjiu. If he pretended to be calm and unyielding now, he might be able to keep his life. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and sucked everyone into the blood-soul hell. He refined the power of these people, leaving only Taiwan and He Tianming. Taiwan was still conscious. When he saw that everyone had disappeared, he thought that Li Zongjiu must have taken them somewhere. In any case, they definitely wouldn't survive. He couldn't possibly say that he had taken them for treatment, right? Taiwan was nervous that only the two of them were left. What exactly was this guy trying to do? He was simply a demonic existence. He was so powerful that he had captured so many array masters and killed so many Yuan emperors. Such a person would definitely be wanted by the Heike dynasty. He couldn't believe that someone would actually do such a thing. Can the two of them do it? Li Yun also rushed over from afar. The array disc was near the city walls. Li Zongjiu had controlled the battlefield at the front of Feiyue City. Barely. Li Zongjiu carried Taiwan with one hand and He Tianming with the other. At this moment, He Tianming was still unconscious. Both of them were seriously injured. Li Zongjiu extended his Yuan power and easily controlled the elemental pearls in their bodies. he stopped the elemental pearls from transmitting energy to them. At this moment they had completely degenerated into cripples. He brought the two of them to the King of Fire's soul-burning array. "Protect me!" Li Zongjiu tied the two of them up and placed them in front of him. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's mental strength split into 8 forces and slowly rolled towards the 8 soul-burning pillars. When Li Zongjiu's mental strength invaded the pillars, he felt a burning sensation. Immediately, he felt as if his soul was being burned. This kind of pain would evoke the pain in the depths of anyone's heart. In an instant, Li Zongjiu seemed to see the tragic scene of the Li family being massacred. It was a roar from the depths of his soul. It seemed to have penetrated Li Zongjiu's body. Buzz! The white dragon original spirit appeared in time, and a cool force extinguished the terrifying energy burning. It stabilized Li Zongjiu's condition. White God Fu. Li Zongjiu, who had regained consciousness, felt a lingering fear. If he had gone mad just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. These 8 soul-burning pillars were really terrifying array weapons. Li Zongjiu quickly entered the state. Although the soul-burning pillars triggered such a terrifying energy, Li Zongjiu endured it. After stabilizing the soul-burning pillars, Li Zongjiu tried to guide the energy to the two of them in front of him. Just now, Li Zongjiu had set up an array in front of the two of them, completely locking them in. Immediately, a green energy appeared on the soul-burning pillars. This green energy was constantly pushing out the red energy. When Li Yun saw this scene, she was pleasantly surprised. This meant that it was a success. Li Zongjiu really did it. Originally, there was no hope at all, but Li Zongjiu really did it. Although he couldn't break the soul-burning array. Now, he found another way. As for using other people's lives in exchange, it seemed a little cruel. Li Yun didn't think so at all. These people just now were clearly here to kill them. If Li Zongjiu and Li Yun weren't strong enough, how could they resist the attacks of these people? If they fell into the hands of these people, would they have a good ending? Come on, Li Zongjiu. Chapter 1086. In the Unbounded Land. This place was a boundless forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was an inconspicuous mountain peak in the forest. Among the many peaks, it looked extremely ordinary. It was more like an extremely ordinary small hill. However, no meta beast dared to approach within a 10,000-mile radius of this small hill. It was said that a person fell from the sky and landed on this mountain peak. He released his aura and attracted a few level 6 soul beasts to fight for food. However, they were all killed by this person. More and more soul beasts came after hearing the news. However, no matter how many came, they all died. Corpses piled up on the mountain. The soul beasts at the back finally understood that this person wasn't someone to be trifled with. Therefore, all the soul beasts retreated automatically. No one dared to get close to this inconspicuous mountain. This place was called Wu Mountain. There was a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. Under the stone tablet there were tens of thousands of soul beast corpses. On Wu Mountain, suddenly, a surge of earth-shattering energy spread out. Buzz! Instantly, thousands of black figures flew out from Mount Wu and headed up the mountain. "Welcome back, Master," thousands of black figures said in unison. A barefoot middle-aged man with a crew cut walked out. He was wearing a rough linen shirt. He had a stocky build. There was a tooth pendant around his neck. Each tooth was different in shape. However, each tooth had an extraordinary origin. Just by looking at them, one could feel that they were filled with power. "You killed my clone and want to touch my soul-burning array. Who are you?" This middle-aged man with a crew cut was Sky Wu's original body. This Wu Mountain was also his territory. Compared to cities and fortresses, those resources were nothing to Sky Wu. The thousands of people under his command were all expert. Look after Wu Mountain. Within 10 days, kill 10,000 sixth-order primordial beasts and place their heads in the formation. Sky Wu ordered. Immediately, his subordinates accepted the order and scattered into the distance. Like locusts, they scattered in all directions. Sky Shaman, on the other hand, flew towards the Heichu dynasty. Boom! Haiku dynasty, Johua City. The disappearance of the He family, Taiwan, and the others immediately caused a commotion in Johua City. Almost everyone thought that these people must have died in the hands of Evil Lord. Otherwise, why didn't he appear for so long? Something must have happened. Is this Evil Lord a demon? He's too scary. More importantly, I don't know what he's doing. Is he doing this purely to kill people? Many people were speculating about Li Zongjiu's actions. However, Wan Yulan knew the reason. She even sent masters to guard Li Zongjiu in Johua City in case something happened to him. However, if Li Zongjiu didn't encounter any problems, he shouldn't appear. Li Zongjiu wasn't in a good situation either. After capturing these top-tier array masters, he had already made enemies of many people. Things wouldn't be easy for him in the future. Therefore, Wan Yulan was also worried in her heart. If the Wanyong Marquis Mansion rashly intervened, the world would definitely think that the Wanyong Marquis Mansion was the mastermind behind the scenes. She had no choice but to be cautious about this matter. Even Wan Yulan did not expect Li Zongjiu to cause such a huge ruckus. This matter was obviously not going to end well. The news from the Demon Suppression Palace has already spread. I believe that this matter will be diluted. Wan Yulan calculated in her heart. If she wanted to divert attention from one matter, she would create an even bigger matter. That would be much easier. Feiyue City. Most of the 8 burning soul pillars had been replaced. The souls of the 2 people in front of her were completely pushed into the burning soul pillars. The King of Fire, who had recovered, looked at Li Zongjiu, who was working hard. When the energy returned to his body, the King of Fire woke up and became stronger. If he could break free from this burning soul array, he would definitely be able to absorb a lot of benefit. The King of Fire didn't say anything. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's body was almost at its limit. However, he was still struggling to hold on. The burning of the burning soul array would only become stronger and stronger. All of a sudden, dark clouds gathered in the sky. It was like a demon of the night. What's wrong? Li Yun suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. The King of Fire, who was in the array, suddenly became serious. Oh no, he's here. The King of Fire looked at the burning soul pillars. They still needed some time to break free from this burning soul array. But now that Wu Tian had arrived, were they going to fail at the last step? Him? Don't worry, Master. I will definitely buy some time, Li Yun said as she stood up. Then, she quickly rushed to the city wall and activated the array. Damn it! Li Zongjiu, faster! The Fire Wraith King was also making his final effort. If they couldn't break out of the array in time, everyone would die here. Everything they had done before would be in vain. Boom! A loud sound shattered the sky. The light screen of the Emperor's prison array appeared above Feiyue City. Li Yun, who was controlling the array to resist, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The array disk in front of her felt like it was about to collapse. So strong! A glint of surprise flashed across Li Yan's eyes. Her opponent's move was indeed too terrifying. Just this move alone was enough to make Li Yan feel dizzy, as if she had overdrawn her strength. I must hold on. Li Yun swallowed an elixir and quickly recovered from her injuries. At the same time, she rearranged the array disk in front of her and adjusted the array's defense method. Outside the array, Wu Tian looked at the changes in the array and smiled disdainfully. Stupid! Don't you know that I'm the one who set up this array? Then, Wu Tian raised his hand again and pressed his palm down. Boom! The 4 city walls of Feiyue City collapsed. Instantly they collapsed. Boom! The 4 city walls collapsed. The array disk in front of Li Yun also collapsed in an instant. The strong recoil sent Li Yun flying. Bang! Li Yun's head hit a wall and she fell unconscious on the ground. The recoil alone was not something Li Yun could withstand. Wu Tian's strength was too strong. The surroundings of Feyue City suddenly collapsed as if an earthquake was happening. The loud rumbling sounds were shocking to the people around. King of Fire, who was in the soul-burning array, looked up at Wu Tian in the sky. His eyes were filled with ferocity. "Let him go. I'm willing to be refined by you," King of Fire said in a deep voice. At this moment, she no longer had any hope. Li Zhongjiu was completely immersed in the array, and was unaware of the situation outside. King of Fire only hoped that Wu Tian would let Li Zhongjiu go. After all, she was going to die anyway. No matter what, Wu Tian would not let her go. However, Wu Tian shook his head. "He destroyed one of my avatars, and caused me to lose 100 years of cultivation. You almost succeeded. Now let me send you on your way." Wu Tian stood in the air and suddenly raised his palm and slammed it down. Boom! Boom! This palm had the power to destroy heaven and earth. When it came down, even Li Zhongjiu would die without a doubt. The palm landed on the ground. The cloud of dust was hundreds of meters high. It covered the sky and covered the sun. Such a shocking scene had never been seen before in their lives. However, Sky Shaman frowned and waved his hand, causing the dust below to disperse. There was no formation below, and the figures of Li Zhongjiu and the others had all disappeared without a trace. Illusion array? Suddenly, Wu Tian's face became extremely ugly. He did not expect that with his cultivation, he would be fooled by an array. What Sky Shaman attacked just now was just an illusion. Deep under Feyue City, Li Zhongjiu forced King of Fire's last trace of soul power out of the soul-burning array. Finally, Li Zhongjiu had exhausted quite a bit of his energy, and he leaned against the mountain wall. "You rest here. I'll go chase him away." King of Fire waved his hand and sent a wave of energy into Li Zhongjiu's body. It immediately helped Li Zhongjiu recover from his exhaustion. Li Zhongjiu saw this and laughed bitterly. "Can you do it? I let him do it last time," King of Fire said indifferently. In the next moment, a terrifying aura was released from King of Fire's body. Boom! In the sky, a fiery red cloud followed the Fire Wraith King's summon, dispersing the dark clouds brought by Wu Tian. In the end, the two of them stood on equal footing. So this girl has also broken through to the Supreme Being level. Li Zhongjiu was almost exhausted. With the energy that King of Fire sent into his body, he began to recover. Chapter 1087. King of Fire rushed out from the ground. Seeing King of Fire appear in front of him, Sky Wu was a little surprised. But since King of Fire was still here, it was just a matter of time. "You should have just run away," Sky Wu said indifferently after seeing King of Fire. "You've lived for so long. Don't you know that women hold grudges?" In King of Fire's hands, a terrifying flame immediately emerged. With the appearance of this flame, the battle was instantly ignited. Sky Wu naturally wouldn't underestimate King of Fire. The first time he tried to take down King of Fire, he suffered a lot. So this time, he specially arranged a precious clone here. Who knew that it would be destroyed by Li Zhongjiu? The Fire Wraith King's flames were like a waterfall as they rushed towards Sky Wu. The terrifying flame swept out. It was like a violent storm. Sky Wu also raised his hand and rushed into the sea of fire. The flame followed Sky Wu and was directly split into two, spreading far away. Boom! He rushed in front of the Fire Wraith King and immediately slammed his palm toward the Fire Wraith King's head. Bang! King of Fire took Sky Wu's palm head-on. The two's aura instantly collided and immediately set off a terrifying shockwave. Boom! It spread out in all directions. Interesting. After a few consecutive moves, Sky Wu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He didn't expect King of Fire's strength to have such a huge breakthrough. "Looks like you've also awakened?" Sky Wu looked at King of Fire in surprise and said. King of Fire and he were of the same origin, so they understood each other's strength very well. It was just that Sky Wu had awakened his memory and strength earlier. Therefore, He wanted to take advantage of the fact that King of Fire was still weak to kill King of Fire. However, he did not expect that the King of Fire would awaken as well. "You want to kill me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." The King of Fire stared at Sky Shaman and said indifferently. This was also King of Fire's background. Immediately, a wave of energy spread out. Within the body of the King of Fire, there was a vast will of inheritance and ancient times that stood above the heavens and the earth. Behind the Fire Wraith King, there seemed to be a huge illusory figure emerging. Sky Shaman furrowed his brows. The awakening of the Fire Wraith King was a very troublesome matter for him. Originally, he could have quietly taken down the Fire Wraith King. However, if he wanted to take down the Fire Wraith King now, he would have to put in more effort. There's a time to awaken. Now that you've awakened, do you think you're my opponent? Sky Wu said indifferently. In the next moment, an even more vast will was released from Sky Wu's body. It was twice as strong as the King of Fire. Both of them had a ball of blue flame on their bodies. Their flames danced around each other and revealed a state and feeling that they wanted to devour each other. Buzz! Li Yun struggled to get up from the pile of ruins. When she saw the King of Fire and Sky Wu fighting in the sky, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Master is out," Li Yun said in surprise. Since Master had appeared, it meant that he had escaped. Li Zhongjiu had succeeded. Sure enough, this kid did not disappoint her. However, the appearance of this middle-aged man in front of her made Li Yun extremely shocked. This person's strength was so strong. Looking at the array disk that had been destroyed, Li Yun was also shocked by Sky Wu's strength. At the same time, Li Yun hurriedly repaired the array disk in front of her. At the very least, she had to make use of some of the broken arrays. Although Master had recovered his strength, the opponent's strength was not something that Master could resist. He had to help his master. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu had not appeared until now. He must have exhausted a lot of energy. Previously, Li Yun had helped Li Zhongjiu to move the entire array underground and set up a camouflage. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu's plan had worked. Otherwise, the two of them would have died. In the battle between the King of Fire and Sky Wu, it was obvious that Sky Wu was at a disadvantage. Wu Tian even threw out a palm strike, which almost sent the Fire Wraith King flying. Bang! The King of Fire's figure landed on the ground, and the vibration of the ground instantly spread out. So that kid was hiding underground. Then I'll destroy this place. Sky Wu sneered. The reason why the King of Fire had dispersed the power just now was because he was worried that the power would spread underground and affect Li Zhongjiu, who was in the process of repairing. Since he knew what the opponent was concerned about, he would directly attack the weak spot. Immediately, Sky Wu gathered a wave of energy in his hand. Such a terrifying power immediately blasted towards the ground. Naturally, the King of Fire would not let Sky Wu succeed. Opening his defense, he could only take this attack head-on. 1. A violent vibration came. After the King of Fire opened his defense, Sky Shaman's thoughts were further confirmed in his mind. It seems that you haven't fully awakened. You still have a heart of compassion, Sky Wu said coldly. He launched one attack after another toward the ground. The King of Fire forcefully held on, and the power in his body was constantly being stimulated. This line of defense wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Boom! Just as the King of Fire was struggling to hold on, a loud sound suddenly came from the side. A huge energy cannon blasted Sky Wu's body. However, it only blasted Sky Wu's clothes. On Sky Wu's body, some dark tadpole-like tattoos were shining at this moment. It easily absorbed all the energy that was supplied to it just now. When he turned around, he saw a battleship facing him. Oh no! When the King of Fire saw this thing, he knew that Li Yun had made a move. Li Yun was piloting the Eagle battleship. However, there was only one person operating it. Therefore, after the attack, it would take a long time to fly away. Therefore, Li Yun gave up on escaping. She directly prepared for the second round of attack. Damn, your skin is so thick. Then I'll do it again. Li Yun was preparing for the second round of attack. However, Sky Wu had already flicked his finger. Boom! The Eagle battleship instantly exploded. Before Li Yun could react, the King of Fire's figure flashed and directly grabbed Li Yun, and then jumped. They escaped from the Sea of Fire. Leave this place. The King of Fire directly pushed Li Yun's body, sending Li Yun flying. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the horizon. When a Supreme Being expert fought against an ordinary person, the effect was very obvious. The difference in strength between them was very large. Therefore, Li Yan did not have any resistance in the face of this force and was easily sent out. Sky Wu did not care about Li Yun. Instead, he took advantage of the King of Fire's attack and directly attacked the King of Fire. The houses on both sides instantly became Sky Wu's weapons and directly crushed towards the King of Fire. Bang! The King of Fire waved his hands and instantly destroyed the surrounding houses. Suddenly, a figure flew in from the countless broken stones and suddenly came out, punching the King of Fire. The power around the King of Fire was instantly drawn. Boom! The King of Fire was sent flying and instantly flew out on the streets of the city, dragging a long trail. After awakening, is this all you can do? Sky Wu said indifferently. The King of Fire was severely injured, and the state of his body was in chaos. However, the King of Fire still endured the pain in his body and slowly stood up. Kill me, and I will make you pay the price, the King of Fire said slowly. His eyes were already bursting with the will to die. In this case, he must fight with Sky Wu until the end. He must make Sky Wu pay a great price, or else Li Zongjiu and the others would be in danger. I won't kill you. You are still very useful to me. Sky Wu suddenly threw out a flag from his hand. When the flag flew out, it was instantly inserted in the middle of the road. The flag instantly flew up, and from the flag, a few pitch-black vines stretched out and instantly wrapped around the King of Fire's body from a distance of 100 meters, controlling the King of Fire. Chi! The King of Fire's eyes were filled with surprise. Then, from the vines, a powerful force was immediately injected, causing the King of Fire's body to become weak. It was as if he had lost all the strength in his body. The last vine quickly rushed towards the King of Fire's heart. Boom! Chapter 1088. King of Fire opened his eyes, but the feeling of being penetrated did not come. It was as if there was a figure in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure. Li Zongjiu, King of Fire's eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. Li Zongjiu grabbed the rushing rattan with one hand, and the towering flame in his body was immediately released. The towering flame followed the path it came from, and directly covered the flag in front of him. Boom! The flag was completely engulfed by the towering flames. The flame instantly ignited the flag. The rattan that was wrapped around King of Fire's body also withdrew in an instant. I'm late. I was preparing something just now. Li Zongjiu helped King of Fire up, and gave King of Fire a pill. In any case, it was still a 6th-grade medicinal pill, and it had a very good effect in assisting one's injuries. King of Fire swallowed the pill, and at the same time, he looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him in surprise. How did you recover so quickly? Because I accidentally broke through, Li Zongjiu said. After being in a deadlock for so long on the burning soul pillar, not only did Li Zongjiu's mental strength increase, but it also allowed Li Zongjiu's physical strength to continuously increase. In addition, the mental strength of the previous array masters was replenished. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's mental strength had reached the level of a 6th-grade primitive emperor. Even Li Zongjiu did not expect this kind of improvement. You're the one who destroyed my clone. Wu Tian stared at Li Zongjiu. It was as if he wanted to see what kind of background Li Zongjiu had that he could actually destroy his clone. Originally, I had minded my own business and spared your life. But now, you will definitely die. Li Zongjiu sighed, then looked at Sky Wu and said slowly, "Kill me? Haha, come on." Sky Wu said disdainfully. King of Fire recovered and stood in front of Li Zongjiu, indicating that he wanted to fight side by side with Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's speed was extremely fast. Even in the eyes of King of Fire, he could only see an afterimage flash by. Shwa! Sky Wu also exerted strength in his legs and instantly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. The two figures collided in an instant. Boom! Their fists collided with each other's. The strong airwaves formed by the collision of their fists easily crushed the surrounding houses, making them look like a pile of tofu. Sky Wu was surprised. He did not expect Li Zongjiu to be able to compete with him in terms of strength. Bang bang bang! The two of them exchanged a few punches in a row. Under the constant collision of their fists, one could even hear the sound of the surrounding space being unable to bear the pressure. There might be people outside who noticed the situation in Feyue City, but at this moment there was an extremely powerful and chaotic airflow lingering inside and outside the city. No one dared to get close. If one's strength was not enough, they would definitely be shredded into pieces as soon as they got close. No one wanted to end up like that. Based on the current situation, there must be some top experts fighting in the city. In short, Feyue City would probably be torn down by the two of them. Bang! Li Zongjiu's punches were obviously faster and more ruthless. His fighting style was also more direct. Coupled with his body's natural defense, he was actually able to block Sky Wu's fist. When the punch landed on Sky Wu's body, it sent him flying hundreds of meters away. The golden dragon tattoo on Li Zongjiu's body flickered. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot of force in the fierce battle just now. King of Fire originally wanted to help. However, when he saw Li Zongjiu fighting so fiercely, he simply gave up and watched from the side. It was fine to just support the battle. Sky Wu's body was blasted back. However, he was also injured. Li Zongjiu's fighting style was indeed fierce, but to Sky Wu, this kind of injury was not worth mentioning. Your fighting instincts are very strong, but it's a pity that your strength is too weak for me. Sky Wu said faintly. This was the truth. No matter how much Li Zongjiu increased his strength, he was still a primitive emperor. It was a very big leap for him to fight against a primordial expert. Otherwise, he would not have been so afraid when he met the mountain seagull that day. He only dared to take advantage of the situation when the 1,000-year flood dragon and the mountain seagull were both injured. However, Li Zongjiu was not moved at all. My strength? You know nothing about my strength. Since that's the case, I'll let you have a good taste of it. Li Zongjiu said and snapped his fingers. Immediately, Sky Shaman seemed to feel a wave of energy approaching, and the ground around him suddenly collapsed. Then, the 8 burning soul pillars drilled out from the ground. Rumble! The 8 burning soul pillars surrounded Sky Wu. Burning soul array? Can you do it? Sky Wu looked at the 8 burning soul pillars. These burning soul pillars were personally refined by him, but now they were in Li Zongjiu's hands. However, Sky Wu did not believe that Li Zongjiu could take away the burning soul array in such a short time. This burning soul array is mine. You want to use my array against me? Let's try. Li Zongjiu sharpened the soul burning array in his hand, and with a slight flick of his fingers, a terrifying force immediately burst out from the array and rushed towards Wu Tian. The burning soul array's power immediately locked Sky Wu within. Boom! Sky Wu's fist suddenly exerted force and directly opened a hole in the array. He wanted to escape the array's range, but Li Zongjiu's array skills were not low. Although this array was forcibly created, Li Zongjiu's comprehension was very strong. As he attacked, the burning soul pillars chased after him. They continuously released a terrifying force towards Sky Wu, trying to trap him in the array. They chased after Sky Wu. Buzz buzz! The black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand kept flashing. Just now, Li Zhongjiu did not use the black dragon hammer. When Li Zhongjiu took out the black dragon hammer, terrifying lightning surrounded it and a dark cloud appeared in the sky. At this moment, Sky Wu, who was fighting against the burning soul array, raised his head and looked at the sky. What? A terrifying lightning force was brewing. When Sky Wu stared at the sky, then an incomparably thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly towards Wu Tian. Boom! The lightning force summoned by the black dragon hammer was quite terrifying. Even some of the people who were watching the battle from outside the city revealed shocked expressions. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel their hearts palpitating. What a terrifying raging lightning! Even a peak origin emperor would not be able to resist it. Li Zhongjiu's lightning bolt struck down. The energy radiated from the explosion almost destroyed half of Flying Moon City. A huge crater appeared in Flying Moon City. In the burning soul array, Sky Wu's figure had disappeared. King of Fire came to Li Zhongjiu's side. Li Zhongjiu's move just now could be said to be full of energy. He escaped. King of Fire looked at Li Zhongjiu in disbelief. He did not expect Li Zhongjiu to make Sky Wu flee. Sky Wu's strength was at least in the realm of a third-grade sovereign, but when facing Li Zhongjiu, he could only choose to escape. He did not have the upper hand. After King of Fire awakened, he naturally understood that Sky Wu's strength was not so easy to deal with. However, Li Zhongjiu's body was also exhausted. Seeing Li Zhongjiu's weariness, King of Fire came to support him. He ran fast. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Then, he put away the burning soul array. The 8 burning soul pillars flew directly into Li Zhongjiu's body. In order to refine the burning soul array, Li Zhongjiu directly opened up another hell. Li Zhongjiu named this layer of hell the array hell. Now Li Zhongjiu's 10 hells were almost half opened up. Blood soul hell, spirit hell, flame hell, and now array hell. The more energy accumulated in the body in the early stage, the greater the restriction in breaking through in the later stage, and the more energy would be needed. Let's leave this place first. Li Zhongjiu could still move freely now, so he and King of Fire went to look for Li Yun. After finding her, they would return to Black Canal Royal City. Chapter 1089. Li Yun was sent to the wilderness by the King of Fire. Coincidentally, when she fell to the ground, she encountered a group of bandits who had just returned from a robbery. When they saw a beauty like Li Yun descending from the sky, they immediately thought that she was a mistress arranged by the heavens. The leader of the bandits wasn't in a hurry, so he sent a few of his men to fight with Li Yun. He discovered that Li Yun wasn't weak at all, and several of his men had already been defeated by Li Yun. I advise you to leave quickly, or else you won't be able to keep your lives. Li Yun looked at the bandits in front of her and said slowly. Hearing Li Yun's casual threat, the bandits burst into laughter. Little girl, do you know who our leader is? Have you heard of the Black Canal Basilica? Our leader is the nephew of the White Deacon. If you follow our leader, you can do whatever you want in the Black Canal Basilica. One of the bandits shouted at Li Yun. Obviously, he wanted to flatter his leader at this moment, and let those who had just joined know that the leader in front of them wasn't simple. As long as they followed the leader well, there would always be benefit. Li Yun naturally didn't take his words to heart. She had a few life-saving items in her hands, but there were too many people in front of her. If she scattered them, she could only kill half of the monsters, which was extremely risky. Because she attacked Sky Shaman head-on, Sky Shaman blew up the Eagle battleship, and she was also injured. Now, she was only left with less than half of her strength. The leader of the bandits was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s. He was probably used to being a tyrant, and he had a lawless look on his face. He carried a machete on his shoulder, and just a moment ago, he had robbed a group of merchants. Robbing money and women weren't his motive. The main thing was that he liked this kind of exciting feeling. That was why he embarked on the path of a bandit. Otherwise, with his condition, he could go anywhere and do anything. His strength was not weak, and with someone backing him, he was even more arrogant. Even if some people met him, they would have to give him face. At the very least, he had to give his uncle some face. Both of you, go and tear her clothes. The young man casually pointed at two capable men. Then, the two of them walked towards Li Yun with a smirk on their faces. Every time, their brothers would be able to feast their eyes on it. In fact, if they were still alive after their master enjoyed it, perhaps they would also have the opportunity to enjoy it. However, there were very few people who could withstand his master's skill. However, every time the master had the best of the best. The Li Yun in front of him was even rarer in the world. No wonder the master was so interested. Immediately, the two of them directly pounced on Li Yun. Li Yun did not dare to continue fighting. She was also looking for an opportunity to escape. However, the two of them seemed to have seen through Li Yun's intention and hurriedly increased the speed of their attacks. If they could not quickly take Li Yun down, their master would be angry and the consequences would be very serious. Bang! Li Yun threw one of them to the ground with a palm. The man did not even react. When he got up, he was still in a daze. Hey, you stinky girl, how can you be so ruthless? However, the man did not have the chance to continue attacking. A blade directly attacked him from behind. Then, the man's head rolled on the ground. Trash, after so long you still can't take down a woman. What's the use of having you? The young man attacked again, killing another subordinate with a single slash. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. When an A-class expert attacked without any hesitation, it was clear that in the eyes of this young man, even these subordinates could be easily killed. There was no need for him to have any misgivings. Come on, little girl. If you can beat me, I will let you go, Feng Junxing said to Li Yun. He swung the machete in his hand. The machete in his hand was like an extended arm. Although he was cruel, it was undeniable that he had some skills. Li Yun naturally did not believe Feng Junxing's nonsense. However, Feng Junxing's strength made Li Yun vigilant. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures landed beside Feng Junxing. Li Yun, who originally looked dignified, suddenly relaxed. There was also a feeling of surprise. This made Feng Junxing stunned. What does this mean? Are you okay? Li Zongjiu asked. I'm fine. Where's that guy? Li Yun looked at the sky. That Wu Tian's strength was simply unprecedented. Even her master was no match for him. He was chased away by me, Li Zongjiu calmly stated. The Tao of Heaven, Li Yan's heart was filled with shock. Li Zongjiu was simply too ferocious. He had actually defeated Wu Tian. Otherwise, Wu Tian would not have had to run away. Li Zongjiu's last move must have seriously injured Wu Tian. Although it was not enough to take his life, it was enough to make him stop for a while. After coming out of the Demon Suppression Palace, Li Zongjiu would definitely find trouble with Wu Tian. Others might not know where Wu Tian was hiding, but Li Zongjiu knew a little about it. Presumably, it was not too different from his previous life. Who are you people? Feng Junxing saw that Li Zongjiu was chatting happily with his future woman and was immediately unhappy. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu acted as if he did not see him and directly ignored him. This made Feng Junxing even more unhappy. He wanted to stomp on Li Zongjiu's head until it exploded. However, when Feng Junxing saw the King of Fire beside Li Zongjiu, his eyes lit up. Such a flirtatious red-haired woman. He had never seen such a charming red-haired woman before. It turned out that red hair was so pleasurable to look at. Miss, let's get to know each other. My name is Feng Junxing. Feng Junxing put away his knife and politely extended his hand to the Fire Wraith King. The Fire Wraith King looked at Feng Junxing with an indifferent gaze. Who wouldn't be able to tell that this little thing was scheming? Li Zongjiu glanced at Feng Junxing and directly took out the black dragon hammer. He smashed it toward Feng Junxing's head. Master, be careful. Someone saw Li Zongjiu's action and hurriedly shouted. He wanted to remind his master, but it was too late. Bang! Feng Junxing fell to the ground. His head did not explode, but blood kept flowing out from his eyes, mouth, and nose. He was directly put down. It was obvious that Feng Junxing was dead. "Let's go." Li Yun nodded. With Li Zongjiu's strength, it was easy for him to kill these people, but he was too lazy to do so. As long as he killed the leader, it would be fine. "I still have the Qilin ship." Li Yun summoned the Qilin ship. After the three of them boarded the Qilin ship, they headed toward the Black Canal Royal City. When the Qilin ship disappeared, the people below reacted. "The head of the house has been beaten to death. Master is dead, quickly catch those people. Brat, don't run if you have the guts." All of them became active and excited. When they were there, no one dared to make a sound because Li Zongjiu had killed Feng Junxing in seconds. Among them, Feng Junxing's strength was without a doubt the strongest. He had reached the Yuan King realm. However, such an expert was unable to dodge Li Zongjiu's hammer. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's strength was not simple. Among these bandits, two of their expressions changed instantly. "Oh my God, this is bad." If the White Deacon of the Black Canal Temple were to pursue the matter, none of them would be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, today's matter had caught everyone off guard. Their master's death was too sudden. Moreover, the identities of the three people just now did not seem simple. They flew away just like that. Chapter 1090. Black Canal Royal City. Marquis Wanyong's residence had been in a lot of trouble in the past 2 days. One of them was Wan Yulan, who had reported Wan Yulan for colluding with rebels. He even made a list of names. Ever since Wan Yulan was beaten up by Li Zongjiu, he had been feeling unsatisfied. Now that he had found the opportunity and evidence, he directly reported it to Black Canal Basilica. He was simply the stupidest teammate in history. With such an excuse, Black Canal Basilica naturally had to investigate the matter thoroughly. Therefore, they gave Wan Yulan a deadline of 3 days to surrender, or they would arrest her. Wan Yulan could not solve the current situation. If she wanted to save Marquis Wanyong's residence, she had to surrender herself and sacrifice herself to protect Marquis Wanyong's residence. At the same time, she would also protect the plan. Fortunately, Wan Yulan did not have much access to the list. There were only a few of them, and their crimes were not serious. At most, they would be locked up for a period of time as punishment. Or these people from Black Canal Basilica would do something like killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. They would directly choose to behead Wan Yulan in public. It was hard to say. Today was the last day. Wan Yulan waited calmly until the end. The Black Knights of Black Canal Basilica had already formed a military formation at the entrance. If they did not see Wan Yulan coming out of Marquis Wanyong's residence today, they would directly kill without mercy. These Black Knights were equivalent to the Imperial Guard. However, these Black Knights had a lot of authority. As long as they received a mission from the Black Canal Holy Temple, even if it was the current Emperor or the current Crown Prince, they could be easily captured and interrogated. It could be said that the Black Canal Holy Temple was very lawless. They were strong and had a strong background. They were even more unscrupulous. When these Black Knights lined up in front of the door, they were filled with a murderous aura. Wan Yulan had already arranged the follow-up matters. Even without her, the plan would still proceed. To achieve great things, there must be sacrifices. Wan Yulan was the first sacrifice. If Li Zongjiu and the others come back, we must inform them not to go to the Demon Suppression Palace. Black Canal Basilica has already set up an inescapable trap. We're just waiting for him to walk right into it. Yes, miss. Wan Yulan faintly sighed. She knew that Wan Yulan would retaliate, but she didn't expect that Wan Qiankuan would use such a method to hand over the entire Marquis mansion. Such a serious consequence wouldn't be good for Wan Qiankuan. However, Wan Qiankuan still did it. He was simply stupid. Now, Wan Yulan was too lazy to deal with Wan Qiankuan. The latter didn't have long to live. If you don't appear in the last 3 breaths, the Black Knights will flatten the Marquis Mansion." The leader of the Black Knights shouted at the Marquis Mansion. The knights under him also raised their spears one after another. The light from the friction between the spears was so bright that they only needed an order to charge in. After all, this was the Black Canal Royal City, the center of power of the Black Canal Temple. It was unrealistic to disobey. On a branch, the door of the Marquis Mansion opened. Wan Yulan walked out alone. There wasn't the slightest worry or fear on her face. When the leader of the Black Knights saw Wan Yulan appear, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. "So what if you're a member of the Marquis Mansion? You still have to bow down in front of the Black Knights." The leader of the Black Knights sneered in his heart. When he was about to give the order to lock her up, a gust of wind suddenly came from the sky. A flying boat appeared directly in the sky. Wan Yulan raised her head and saw the flying boat. It was so familiar. Wasn't this the Qilin battleship of Li Zongjiu's family? Wan Yulan had a photographic memory. She had seen the Qilin battleship in the White Deer Mansion. Why are there so many people? Li Zongjiu and the other two saw so many people on horses gathered below. It seemed that they were here to capture someone. They didn't know much about the functions of the Black Canal Basilica. When ordinary people saw the Black Knights, they would run away as far as possible. Who would dare to approach them? Whoosh! Li Zongjiu landed in front of Wan Yulan. "What's going on?" Li Zongjiu looked at Wan Yulan and asked. When they saw Li Zongjiu, the leader of the Black Knights and the others behind him instantly became serious. Could it be that Wan Yulan's helper had arrived? "How dare you use flying equipment in Monarch City? Shoot it down." The leader of the Black Knights looked at the Qilin battleship in the sky and said coldly. Immediately, the cavalry behind him threw out the steel spears in their hands. Whoosh! The steel spears were thrown out and their power almost broke the air in front of them, producing a whistling sound. However, the two steel spears were melted by the flames before they could touch the Qilin battleship. The King of Fire was on the flying boat. How could he let his disciples' battleship be destroyed by others? Therefore, he directly attacked. "Are you courting death?" Li Zongjiu looked at the leader of the Black Knights and scolded him directly. "How dare you insult our leader? Kill him!" The two loyal cavalry guards beside him could not stand it anymore. How dare he insult their leader so arrogantly? They immediately squeezed the bellies of their horses and rushed towards Li Zongjiu. The two of them joined forces and attacked together. The spears in their hands were like dragons and their aura was extremely sharp. Bang bang! Li Zongjiu's black dragon hammer appeared in his hand and hammered at the two of them. Both of them flew out together with their horses. When they flew back, they knocked into many of their companions. Suddenly, the street was in a mess. "They are the Black Knights, the Imperial Guards of Black Canal Basilica. They are here to catch me," Wan Yulan explained. "So they are the lackeys of Black Canal Basilica." Li Zongjiu frowned and said disdainfully. Then, he walked towards these people. Wan Yulan wanted to stop him but it was too late. "What are you trying to do?" When the leader of the Black Knights saw Li Zongjiu's actions, he immediately became nervous. However, Li Zongjiu was already a threat and he even attacked their members. "Take him down," the leader of the Black Knights ordered. Hundreds of Black Knights behind him shook their spears. Li Zongjiu waved at these people. Boom, boom, boom. 8 incomparably dark pillars, which seemed to have drilled out from the ground, directly encircled everyone in it. "What is this? Destroy these pillars." There was no lack of experts in the Black Knight. However, these people immediately threw away their armor under the soul-burning array. They felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in their heads. It was extremely uncomfortable and painful. "Ah, my head!" Bang! A figure fell from the horse's back. Bang! Another figure fell from the sky. Hundreds of Black Knights fell to the ground one after another. After struggling for a while, they stopped moving. The leader of the Black Knights was the last one. He wanted to escape, but he found that he could not move at all. It was as if there was an invisible force holding him and not letting him go. Then, the same thing happened. A force drilled into his mind, and he immediately enjoyed the feeling of his soul being burned in hell. After a few minutes, everyone stopped struggling. The members of the Black Knight's regiment were all dead. Li Zongjiu then put away the soul-burning array. Wan Yulan looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. She did not expect that Li Zongjiu would have such a powerful move after not seeing him for a few days. What a powerful array! Wan Yulan was well-read and naturally knew that what Li Zongjiu used just now was a set of powerful array treasures. It was almost impossible to refine it in a short period of time. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. However, there were so many corpses of the Black Knights lying in front of the Marquis of Wanyong's mansion. Wan Yulan, on the other hand, didn't know how this matter should develop. Even though Wan Yulan was prepared, she did not think about what to do after such a thing happened. Black Canal Basilica. This time, I'll take care of it, Li Zongjiu said calmly. Let me introduce you. This is King of Fire, my friend. When Wan Yulan heard Li Zongjiu's words, she realized that there was a red-haired girl beside her. You are King of Fire. I often hear Li Zongjiu talk about you. When Wan Yulan saw the King of Fire, she became nervous and did not know what to say. She only had time to say a polite sentence. Hello. The King of Fire elegantly shook hands with Wan Yulan. In front of this temperament, Wan Yulan had already lost by a level. Chapter 1091. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger. A wisp of flame burned the corpses in front of him. However, the horses left on their own. Having lost their master, the horses began to gallop wildly in all directions. A few of the smarter ones ran straight back to the Black Canal Temple. This, Wan Yulan felt like dozens of crows were flying back and forth above her head. The situation seemed to have been messed up. Wan Yulan, who was supposed to be imprisoned, seemed to have been reborn because of Li Zongjiu's arrival. At least, no one would come to deal with Wan Yulan for the time being. However, this situation could only be maintained until the afternoon. By then, Black Canal Basilica would definitely send people here. They would never allow anyone to disobey their authority in the city. At this moment, Wan Yulan seemed to have found a direction in her heart. In for a penny, in for a pound. Wan Yulan thought in her heart. How did it end up like this? Li Zongjiu asked. Wan Yulan then told Li Zongjiu what had happened in the past few days. Li Zongjiu's disappearance and the incident in Feiyue City had attracted a lot of attention. In addition, the disappearance of the formation master had also caused quite a stir in the Jianghu. These messy things alone were enough for Black Canal Basilica to deal with. Moreover, because of these things, the Haiku dynasty's royal family had also recovered some of their power. The headquarters gave some power to the Haiku dynasty to deal with these things. The Haiku dynasty trusted the Marquis of Wanyong. Wan Yulan also took advantage of this opportunity to have many meetings, as well as some plans to overthrow. She wanted to fight Black Canal Basilica to the end. Although the plan wasn't flawless, it wasn't to the point where there would be any mistake. In the end, they were betrayed by their own people. I knew that kid wasn't a good person, Li Yun said angrily after hearing this. To think that there would be such a traitor. He wished he could stomp Wan Qiankuan to death. It's also good to kill the members of the Knight Regiment now. These people are used to being arrogant and overbearing. This time, it just so happens to boost the prestige of our Marquis of Wanyong's mansion. Wan Yulan said. The counterattack will begin today. Let's see what the Black Canal Basilica will do next. Li Yun nodded as she listened. It seemed like this was the only way. If not, what else could they do? If the Eagle battleship was still around, it would be able to deter the enemy. But now, the Eagle battleship was completely destroyed. What Sky Shaman didn't know was that his move had directly thrown tens of millions of purple yuan into the sea, making it all go down the drain. What's there to wait for? These people from Black Canal Basilica, I've long wanted to meet them. Since they are prepared to take action against me in the Demon Suppression Palace, I'll go and cripple them now," Li Zongjiu said. To be honest, 2 Supreme Being experts were here. Being lawless and out of control was nothing at all. Don't be impulsive. There's an ascetic hall in Black Canal Basilica. The ascetics inside are all in the primitive Emperor realm. The strongest 3 are almost all in the Supremes. This is the highest level of information that our Marquis of Wanyong's mansion has obtained. Wan Yulan was afraid that Li Zongjiu would be too impulsive and lose his life for nothing. Although Li Zongjiu could deal with Supremes, there was a reason why Black Canal Basilica could keep the Haiku dynasty informed for so many years. The strength in their hands was definitely not weak. Then let's destroy this ascetic hall first. Li Zongjiu's solution was extremely straightforward. Anyway, it was better to attack those who were more powerful first. This, Wan Yulan didn't understand Li Zongjiu's approach, but she knew that Li Zongjiu seemed to be serious. Then I'll get someone to prepare. Regardless of success or failure, there will be a battle today. It's up to you, Li Zongjiu said. Wan Yulan was also a decisive woman. She immediately went to prepare. The experts from the underworld forces that she had contacted previously all took action. They directly loitered around the headquarters of Black Canal Basilica and carried out surveillance. Even some of the hidden sentries were directly pulled out. It made them completely blind. Black Canal Basilica never expected that someone would be so bold. The Marquis of Wanyong's residence is going to revolt. Men, gather all the Black Knights and the Blade Squad. Gather all of them. Take my order and gather all the ascetics below the 5th floor of the Tower of Hardship. The person in charge was the red-cloaked Archbishop. The Temple Master and Deputy Temple Master of Black Canal Basilica were not in the city, but in the Sacred Mountain. According to Black Canal Basilica's position, it was a supreme god. Naturally, it would not live in a city where people mix together. Basically, everything was handed over to the archbishops and other people in charge of the temple to manage. 1 archbishop and 15 red-cloaked bishops under him. Under the red-cloaked bishops, each of them was in charge of dozens of white deacons. These white deacons would also be in charge of the blue-cloaked messengers. The identity of the blue-cloaked messengers was equivalent to that of the governor of each major city. In this city, the blue-cloaked messengers had the greatest authority. If there were white deacons, it would usually be in some of the larger cities. Archbishop, Marquis Wanyong's residence colluded with the rebels and has to be eliminated. I heard that even that evil Lord Li Zongjiu has been roped in by Marquis Wanyong's residence. A red-cloaked bishop said. Previously, the order to send the life and death servant to kill Li Zongjiu was given by this red-cloaked bishop. Later on, he lost everything, which could be considered a big failure in this merit. Evil Lord? So what if it's evil Lord? Send out an order for all the people at the highest level of the arena to gather in my Black Canal Basilica. If anyone doesn't come, they will be eliminated permanently. You think you can make waves just because you have some strength? I want to see how capable you are. The red-cloaked archbishop's order was quite effective. In the afternoon of that day, the top experts of the 10 major arenas had all gathered. Hundreds of primitive emperors gathered in one place. There had never been such a lively event before. The royal family of the Haiku dynasty was unusually quiet at the moment. Now, documents were flying everywhere. Black Canal Basilica had gathered tens of thousands of Black Knights. It was obvious that they were going to fight in the city. In the royal city, wind and rain were gathering. Even in the sky, there was a faint red cloud that was brewing. Wan Yonggong also showed up in person. With such a big matter, he could no longer continue his seclusion. Even Wan Yonggong was woken up by the butler. When he heard that the battle was imminent, Wan Yonggong was stunned for a moment. Where are they? They have already set off, the old butler said. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen such a battle. Such a scene, although it felt like an egg hitting a rock, why did it make one's blood boil? Black Canal Basilica. Archbishop, 8 black pillars have suddenly appeared outside our holy sanctum. Chapter 1092. 8 pillars. The group of people also shook their heads one after another. Send someone to break these pillars. Stop trying to act all mysterious in front of me. The Archbishop ordered. Who knew what these pillars were used for? But who were you trying to scare with these pillars? Didn't everyone grow up being scared? The Archbishop in red gave the order. He then sent 300 knights to charge towards the 8 pillars. The periphery of Black Canal Basilica was like a small castle. It was located in the center of the Black Canal Kingdom. The gate of the tall castle opened directly. Charge! Push these pillars! They actually dared to provoke the Black Canal Basilica on their own initiative. They were simply too arrogant. It was too much. Of course, they had to be taught a lesson. However, when the 300 black knights rushed out and left the gate of the castle, they disappeared directly. They had disappeared. Some of the arena experts who were watching the situation below from above the castle were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What the hell? Where are they? They just disappeared like that. Those present were not small fries, they were basically primitive emperor-level powerhouses. These hundreds of people could stir up half of the Haiku dynasty. Only the Order of the Black Canal Basilica could gather these people together. At this moment, they were very clear that they had been summoned in such a hurry today. They were going to deal with the Marquis of Wanyong. Although the Marquis of Wanyong had a good reputation in the dynasty, it was obviously a bit exaggerated to gather so many people together. However, if one person was added to the list of enemies, it was this evil lord in front of them that could attract their attention. Evil Lord. When this name was mentioned, the Inferno Arena could be said to have the deepest feeling. When Evil Lord first appeared, it could be said that he had helped the Inferno Arena earn a lot of money. However, before they could make a fortune, this guy had disappeared. Not only that, but he had also killed 2 of the Hell Arena's experts. This was a massive loss for the Hell Arena. Fortunately, the Hell Arena was still able to hold on. Otherwise, Ruoro would really not know how to deal with such a situation. It was normal for her to not be able to recover from the setback. The other arenas were like wolves and tigers. Once they saw you in a situation, they would rush up and devour you. Because Marquis Wanyong had invited an evil lord. Just by hearing his name, one could tell that he was a supreme being. Therefore, these people wanted to see just how capable this evil lord was. In a restaurant across the street. The restaurant was already occupied by Wan Yolan's men. However, Li Zongjiu said that there was no need to rush and that he would play with them first. Thus, he set up the soul-burning array. Li Yun also set up a set of 8 trigrams Tantra formation to conceal the true scene inside the soul-burning array. In fact, the 300 cavalrymen who rushed out were all dead. The 4 of them sat around a table, drinking tea, chatting, and eating melon seeds. It was also the first time that King of Fire ate melon seed. He actually swallowed the melon seeds directly. Li Yun also quickly came over to teach King of Fire how to eat melon seed. Wan Yulan looked at the strange combination in front of her. At this moment, there was already smoke everywhere, and a great battle could break out at any time. However, after Li Zongjiu appeared and set up the 8 pillars, it was as if nothing had happened. This array is so powerful? Wan Yulan said in shock. I'm not bragging, but the people of Black Canal Basilica can forget about coming out from the main entrance. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. It sounded like Li Zongjiu was bragging, but what Li Zongjiu said was indeed the truth. Given the power of the array formation, it was impossible for anyone to break it in the Black Canal Sacred Hall. After all, these 8 soul-burning pillars were all made by Sky Wu himself. No one knew how much effort it took Sky Wu to make these soul-burning pillars. Then what should we do now? Wait for them to rush out? Wan Yulan said. You're right. That's too troublesome. We have to wait. Li Zhongjie said. Then, he stepped on the void and came in front of the soul-burning array. When Li Zhongjie appeared, the people below also saw him clearly. Suddenly, everyone became nervous. This is Evil Lord? He's so young. He's the Evil Lord who kills without blinking an eye? He doesn't look like him. The experts in the arena shouted one after another. They stared at Li Zhongjie in the sky curiously. Now that this guy rushed out, wasn't he afraid that they would swarm him and capture him alive? Li Zhongjie gently raised his hand. 8 soul-burning pillars appeared behind Li Zhongjie. When the pillars left the ground, the situation on the ground was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the corpses of the Black Knights on the ground, the people on the wall sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all dead. What kind of demonic magic weapons were those 8 pillars? Now I'll give you a chance. You can leave in 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, everyone in the castle will die. Li Zhongjie's voice came out. Immediately, the 8 soul-burning pillars fell forward. Boom! The soul-burning pillars fell to the ground and rapidly grew in size. Boom! Like 8 heavenly pillars, they angrily pierced the heavens. The soul-burning pillars released an ancient will, which made these people extremely nervous, feeling the terrifying power in front of them. However, if he wanted to kill so many people with just these 8 pillars, it would be impossible. It was simply impossible. No one would believe it. I don't believe that these 8 pillars are so powerful. This idiot exposed his trump card. Isn't he afraid that the people of Black Canal Basilica will rush out and kill him now? Someone said. And this thought was directly confirmed. 8 figures instantly rose into the sky. Seeing these 8 figures, Wan Yulan's pupils suddenly shrank. Ascetic cultivators. These people are ascetic cultivators, Li Yun said. They don't look like ascetic cultivators. Each of them is so fat. Li Yun looked at these ascetic cultivators. Although they were dressed in rags, each of them had oily faces. These people are suffering from their minds. They are extremely powerful. Everyone, get ready to move, Wan Yulan said to her subordinates. These people with lofty ideals were all loyal to the Haiku dynasty. At least, they had to overthrow the Black Canal Basilica. They were all prepared to sacrifice themselves. However, before Wan Yulan and others could make a move, Li Zhongjie had already made the final decision. 8 thunderbolts fell from the sky. The 8 silhouettes were struck by the lightning. Boom! 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 Then, the 8 aggressive ascetic cultivators were struck to the ground before they could say anything. Chapter 1093. These 8 ascetics had been cultivating in the Tower of Hardship for nearly 50 years. Since they were chosen, they had never stepped out of the Tower of Hardship. They had spent most of their lives in the Tower of Hardship. Who would have thought that they would end up in such a state? They had just poked their heads out, but they didn't even have the time to show off their might. But he had already been killed by someone. That evil lord wasn't joking at all. This guy is serious. Everyone cried out in alarm. Li Zhongjie's actions, and the fact that he dared to kill the ascetics at the entrance of the Black Canal Basilica, had indeed shocked them greatly. They had become numb to the strong rule of the Black Canal Basilica in the past. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was, once they disobeyed the Black Canal Basilica, there would be very serious consequences. They didn't know what the consequences would be for the time being, but they knew that no one could bear such consequences. Therefore, when the Black Canal Basilica summoned them, these experts of the arena rushed over without hesitation. Otherwise, the Black Canal Basilica would definitely come to settle the score. It was better to make arrangements now. They had never thought of rebelling. There were people who had thought of rebelling in the past, but they had all disappeared in the end. Not even a trace of them was left behind. Now, after so many years, there was finally someone who dared to challenge the Black Canal Basilica. And he seemed to be very strong. What should we do? Some people had already begun to think. At this time, a red-robed cardinal had already landed on the walls of the castle, and ordered the hundreds of experts of the arena in front of him. "What are you waiting for? Take this guy down. Black Knights, move out." Suddenly, tens of thousands of cavalry rushed out of the Black Canal Basilica. There were cavalry, and there were even flying cavalry. The mighty army charged out. With such a terrifying lineup, just the aura gathered together was enough to sweep away the alliance of any forces in the city. Even the hundreds of primitive emperors felt a suffocating feeling in front of this army. Boom! Without hesitation, Li Zongjiu threw down the 8 burning soul pillars behind him. Boom, boom, boom! The soul-burning array was immediately formed. It trapped all of the Black Knights within and began to refine them with an extremely domineering power. Clang! Clang! This time, the mystifying array was not activated, so everyone could see it clearly. This dark torrent rushed into the middle of the formation, but the troops in front all fell to the ground. However, the strength of these knights was not simple. They relied on their fearless spirit to forcibly rush to the edge of the soul-burning array. Many of them directly jumped down from the city wall and escaped the range of the soul-burning array. "Kill them all. If you don't attack, you will be an enemy of the Black Canal Basilica," the cardinal roared angrily. Finally, the hundreds of experts could not bear such pressure. More importantly, Li Zongjiu's formation was currently being held back by the Black Knights. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Hundreds of primitive emperors could not handle one Li Zongjiu. "Go, kill this kid." The experts of the Inferno Arena rushed to the forefront. However, before this group of people rushed to the sky, they saw Li Zongjiu had already taken the initiative to rush towards them. Li Zongjiu was holding the hammer in his hand. Boom! His figure landed, and the hammer smashed on the floor. Suddenly, a terrifying force was set off, exploding in all directions. Boom! This group of primitive emperors, some of them had their legs blown off before they could react. They flew out and crashed on the ground. Boom! With just one smash, nearly 7 people's legs were blown off. Li Zongjiu was already old and experienced. No matter how young he was, he understood the principle that he who strikes first gains the advantage, and those who strike later will suffer. Therefore, when he attacked, he was very decisive and did not give these people a chance to breathe. When he landed on the ground, he was the first to charge at the red-robed cardinal. Many experts of the Inferno Arena blocked Li Zongjiu's attack. When they found out that Li Zongjiu wanted to attack the cardinal, they also attacked Li Zongjiu. The terrifying origin energy vibrated, and even the power of different states burst out. The power of different attributes overlapped with each other. Nearly 20 primitive emperors joined forces and attacked Li Zongjiu at the same time. In the face of these people's joint attack, Li Zongjiu only raised the black dragon hammer in his hand and smashed it in front of him. Boom! As the hammer fell, thunder and lightning filled the city. What a powerful force! Boom! Puff! Many people vomited blood directly. Li Zongjiu fought more than 20 primitive emperors by himself. After breaking through the defense of the 20 primitive emperors, Li Zongjiu rushed to the front of the red-robed cardinal and lifted him up directly. "What are you trying to do? If you dare to kill me, the holy sanctum will not let you go. Killing a cardinal is a big crime. In the Haiku dynasty, no one dared to be disrespectful to these cardinals. No one dared to offend them, not to mention directly grabbing the cardinal's collar and lifting him up. The origin energy of the cardinal had reached the primitive emperor realm, but it was basically accumulated through some special methods. In front of Li Zongjiu, he could not cause any waves at all. Li Zongjiu did not even bother to answer him. He turned the cardinal's head around and smashed him on the floor. The latter used his origin energy to protect his body and smashed a big hole in the floor. Even so, he was still smashed to the point where his head was bleeding, and there was a large gash on his head. Let go of the cardinal! Some people wanted to make a contribution. If they could save the cardinal at this time, it would be a great contribution. Li Zongjiu used the cardinal in his hand as a shield in front of him. Seeing this, the other party immediately wanted to withdraw his attack, but it was too late. Boom! The poor cardinal spurted out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he looked back to see who was attacking him. This grudge must be remembered. However, in the next second, the cardinal was thrown to the ground by Li Zhongjiu. Finally, he stepped on him and ended his life. The surrounding primitive emperors also continued to attack Li Zhongjiu. The black dragon hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand flashed with lightning. Every time it flashed, it took away several lives. Chapter 1094. Wang Yulan and the others, who were lying in ambush in the restaurant, saw this scene. Li Zhongjiu alone had blocked all these people in front of him, and from the looks of it, there was no need for them to make a move. The formation is about to break. Let's fight the Black Knight Legion. Wang Yulan finally found something to do. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if Li Zhongjiu, who had painstakingly prepared for half a year, defeated them all by himself. However, Wang Yulan had no choice but to make a move. The King of Fire's figure had already appeared in front of the soul-burning formation. At this moment, Li Zong did not have the time to operate the soul-burning formation, and the King of Fire raised his hand to activate it. The soul-burning formation also began to move with the King of Fire's action. Boom! The 8 soul-burning pillars instantly enlarged. Originally, more than half of the legion had been sacrificed, and could have broken through the soul-burning formation, but suddenly, the King of Fire appeared, and directly doubled the power of the soul-burning formation. It was simply impossible for anyone to resist it. The casualties were even more severe, and basically no one who rushed into the formation was injured. All of their souls were directly burned, and the power of the soul-burning formation was also increasing. At this moment, the Archbishop and the others who were observing the situation in the temple saw this scene, and how could they not know the crisis of the situation? Wake those 3 people up. It was the last resort. 3 ascetics at the top. This was the last resort of Black Canal Basilica. If even these ascetics could not defeat Li Zhongjiu and the others, then they could only take the initiative to surrender. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu had already killed more than half of the people on the walls of the castle. The great evil lord faced all the experts of the top 10 arenas in the city head-on. Hundreds of primitive emperors were actually unable to harm the evil venerable at all. This battle did not need to be publicized at all. It would directly cause an uproar in the city. It swept through the entire Haiku dynasty. The name of the evil dominator would soon be known throughout the entire dynasty. Black Canal Basilica will definitely show its trump card now that it has been pushed to this point. The thing that Wang Yulan was worried about was finally going to happen. Yulan, what did you do? Just when Wang Yulan was worried, an angry voice came from outside the corridor. Then, an old and vigorous figure came in front of Wang Yulan and glared at her. He was obviously very surprised and angry at how things had developed. "Grandfather!" Wang Yulan exclaimed in surprise when she saw the newcomer. "Acting rashly without sufficient preparation, you're going to ruin the plan we've been working on for decades." Wang Yulan was so angry that his body was trembling. Obviously, in Wang Yulan's opinion, they were not prepared for the final battle at all. It was all because of Wang Yulan's impatience that things had turned out this way. "Wang Yulan, don't be anxious. We still have a chance of winning this battle." A family head of the alliance walked out and comforted him. The 3 elders of the ascetic hall are all supremes. Without the support of the Haotian sect, we can't win this battle at all. If it is the Haotian sect's request, even if we defeat the Black Canal Basilica, what can we do? We will just replace the Black Canal Basilica with the Haotian sect. Wang Yulan said in a deep voice. "Today is the day we cut off all means of retreat. Grandfather, I am the leader of the alliance now." Wang Yulan's words gave Wang Yulan a fright. This girl was actually so decisive. But since things had already come to this, there was no turning back. The more it was like this, the more they had to be united. You are right, but, Wan Yulan let out a long sigh. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the ascetic tower of the Black Canal Basilica. The winds and clouds above the Black Canal royal city were constantly changing. Then, a second force appeared. It formed a terrifying shockwave that rushed towards the sky. It was a sign of the appearance of an expert. Everyone looked at the two light beams that burst out from the sky. It's them. Wan Yulan and the others were extremely nervous and shocked as they looked at the two light beams that appeared in the sky. Clearly, these two Supreme Being experts had appeared. Li Zhongjiu and the King of Fire also looked in the direction of the ascetic tower. Just as the surrounding aura seemed to have reached its peak, everyone felt an invisible pressure hovering above them. All of a sudden, an even more terrifying power appeared, surpassing the previous two powers. It erupted in an even more ferocious manner. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Dark clouds rolled. Within this aura, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying anger. The people in the Black Canal royal city also looked up. At this moment, they seemed to feel that there was a hand above their heads that was restraining them. At any moment, this hand would take their lives and crush their own heads. It's coming. This is the power of the Black Canal Basilica. The surviving experts in the arena also grew excited. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked. Sure enough, the trump card of the Black Canal Basilica was not simple. 3 Supreme Being level existences. It was enough to make these experts feel powerless. No matter how hard one cultivated, it was impossible to catch up to these people. Therefore, one would be completely enslaved by the Black Canal Basilica and forever under them. But there was nothing one could do about it. After all, they had the strongest power. Anyone would feel despair when facing 3 Supremes. Wan Yonggong and the others stared at the sky and felt the terrifying aura. It was also the first time that Wan Yulan faced the aura of a Supremes. It was only at this moment that Wan Yulan truly felt the power of this aura. She originally thought that she was strong enough to take charge and change the entire dynasty. However, in reality, her current strength was simply insignificant before those 3 auras. She did not even have the will to resist. She could not muster any will to resist. However, just when everyone's willpower was low. At the same time, an aura was released from the King of Fire. At first, this aura was not shocking, but the aura of the 3 Supremes was gradually restrained by the aura of the King of Fire. In the end, they did not have the power to surpass the aura of the King of Fire. It was as if the 3 kings were obedient in front of an emperor and did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 1095. The King of Fire's aura alone was enough to suppress the 3 of them. Those who were originally worried were all astonished when they saw this scene. Even Wan Yonggong and the others had an incredulous look in their eyes. A powerful evil lord, Li Zhongjiu. Now there was a mysterious woman. This is... Wan Yonggong's voice was clearly trembling. He couldn't help but tremble in front of this power. My master's name is King of Fire. Li Yun said proudly. This powerful woman was her master. Therefore, Li Yun was naturally very proud. King of Fire. Wan Yonggong and the others muttered this name silently. They had clearly memorized this name. Indeed, when one's strength was strong, the people around one would also be experts of the same level. Therefore, if one wanted to enter a higher circle, the first thing one had to do was to increase one's strength. Only by improving oneself could one ensure that one's position in this circle was stable. Otherwise, one would just be a bystander. The addition of the King of Fire's level was also very surprising for Wan Yulan. She had never thought that such a situation would occur. The entire scene was almost completely settled by the King of Fire and Li Zhongjiu. However, she was now prepared to watch the battle between the King of Fire and the 3 Supremes. The experts from the arena all retreated to the side. Since even the Supremes had taken action, they naturally had nothing to do with it. Hence, they simply walked to the side. Originally, there were more than 100 people, but now there were less than 60 people left in the blink of an eye. Among them, more than half of them were injured. Therefore, the outcome was not complete. All of them were beaten up by Li Zhongjiu. More than 100 people against Li Zhongjiu, but in the end, they ended up in such a situation. It was truly shameful. At this moment, the Supreme Being level experts of the 3 great hardship towers appeared. Although they felt King of Fire's powerful aura, the 3 of them didn't care at all. 2 of them directly surrounded the King of Fire, while the other one attacked Li Zhongjiu. "Hang in there. I'll cripple them and then help you." King of Fire looked at Li Zhongjiu. It seemed that he still had a high chance of winning in a 1 versus 2 situation. However, Li Zhongjiu felt insulted. "Let's see who kills faster," Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Since the King of Fire wanted to compete, he naturally did not mind. On the other hand, the King of Fire also unleashed his world of flames, pulling the 2 ascetics into his world. Then, he disappeared in an instant. If the 3 Supreme Being level experts were to fight, the entire Black Canal Royal City would be in trouble. Therefore, the battlefield was limited to the domain world. However, Li Zhongjiu wasn't so particular. One of the Supreme Being level ascetics stared at Li Zhongjiu from afar and smirked coldly at Li Zhongjiu. "How dare you call yourself evil lord?" the ascetic cultivator said calmly. He raised his hands and there seemed to be a string of prayer beads in his palms. "Evil lord is not for you to call me. You should call me grandpa." Li Zhongjiu looked at the other party and said. He had just entered the Supreme Being level. Where did he get the courage to be so arrogant in front of Li Zhongjiu? He really didn't know his place. However, the ascetic cultivator in front of him was indeed stronger than Gu Songtian because the latter had already entered the Supreme Being level and had the body of an Supreme Being. "Remember, the person who killed you is called Ku Ming," the ascetic cultivator Ku Ming said coldly. As his voice faded, he threw the prayer beads in his hand at Li Zhongjiu. Boom, boom, boom. 9 prayer beads immediately whizzed over and each of them contained a terrifying force. This attack wasn't only aimed at Li Zhongjiu, but also at Wan Yulan and the rest who were behind Li Zhongjiu. Although Wan Yulan and the rest were far away, the 9 prayer beads had enough power to destroy Wan Yulan and the rest. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu could only take this attack head-on. Otherwise, Wan Yulan and the rest would definitely die. In Ku Ming's opinion, dealing with someone like Li Zhongjiu was a piece of cake. However, something unexpected happened right in front of Ku Ming's eyes. Behind Li Zhongjiu, the shadow of a golden dragon seemed to have condensed. The golden dragon appeared. Its huge body was close to 500 meters long. After circling half around in the air, it directly used the divine dragon tail whip and used its own strength to bounce the 9 prayer beads back. Bang bang bang! Immediately, the prayer beads were bounced back. They directly smashed into the Black Canal Basilica. Boom! Boom! The entire Black Canal Basilica was razed to the ground. Even some of the most important places and buildings with defensive arrays were destroyed at this moment. The power of your prayer beads is not bad. Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but praise. It was originally a move used to kill Li Zhongjiu, but now Li Zhongjiu turned it around and destroyed more than half of the entire Black Canal Basilica. Not only that, but basically everyone in the Black Canal Basilica was also severely injured. Some of the weaker ones were directly killed. Under the explosion, no one was spared. "You're courting death." A giant black eagle suddenly emerged from behind Ku Ming. The giant eagle spread its wings, covering the sky and the sun. Its huge body directly pressed towards the golden dragon behind Li Zhongjiu. The golden dragon's origin spirit behind Li Zhongjiu was not afraid at all. It directly roared in a low voice and rushed forward. With a claw, it slapped the giant eagle under its claws. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a golden light. Whoosh! The golden light was like a sharp sword, directly penetrating the giant eagle's head. Instant kill. The battle between the origin spirits had reached the level of instant kill. Ku Ming's expression suddenly changed. This was simply a humiliation. A mere Origin Emperor level Origin spirit could actually kill his sovereign level Origin spirit. Where did all his years of cultivation go to? If it was before, it obviously wouldn't have such strength. However, with Li Zongjiu's breakthrough, coupled with the fact that the Golden Dragon's origin spirit was a top existence among the sovereigns, being provoked by a origin beast that had just entered the sovereign realm, it would naturally be very angry. Therefore, when it attacked, it had the power of instant kill. The origin spirit was instantly killed in front of everyone, and Ku Ming's face suddenly became ugly. You are courting death. Ku Ming's own origin force condensed into a vortex. As the vortex's power condensed, it directly attracted Li Zongjiu. Chapter 1096. The black vortex condensed in front of Ku Ming erupted with an endless devouring power, swallowing everything around it. Some things were directly sucked into the vortex. It was very obvious that once these things were sucked into the vortex, they directly turned into the most essential Yuan Li, which instantly turned into Ku Ming's own strength. It's the devouring vortex. This is Ku Ming Supreme. Rumor has it that this person is most proficient in the art of devouring. If someone is sucked into the vortex in less than a second, they will directly turn into the 5 elemental origins. No one is an exception. Wan Yonggong's explanation was very timely. The surrounding people could only feel that this move was very powerful, but they didn't know that it was so powerful. If Li Zongjiu was sucked into the vortex, they didn't know what would happen to him. Would Li Zongjiu be able to withstand the devouring power of the vortex? Li Zongjiu directly threw the black dragon hammer in his hand. It seemed that he wanted to use the black dragon hammer to defeat his opponent, but the black dragon hammer was directly sucked into the vortex. It was sucked into the vortex in an instant. It was devoured just like that. Ku Ming was extremely proud because he had heard that the black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand was quite powerful. The reason why Li Zongjiu was able to use the name Evil Sovereign was partly because of the hammer in his hand, but now it had been directly devoured. His strongest killing move had been subdued. What else could he do? But soon Ku Ming couldn't laugh anymore. The devouring vortex could devour everything, but there was one kind of power that it couldn't devour. That was the devouring power. If these two forces were entangled, the situation would be very bad. Not good. It's a trap. Ku Ming's face suddenly changed. The black dragon hammer didn't seem to be affected by the devouring vortex at all. Instead, it erupted with a similar devouring power, directly sucking in the power of the vortex. Obviously, it wanted to form a collision of forces. The originally stable devouring vortex immediately became restless. If it continued, it was very likely that it would hurt itself. Damn it! Ku Ming dispersed his devouring power, and the black dragon hammer flew back. Ku Ming saw with his own eyes that the black dragon hammer fell back into Li Zongjiu's hand. Li Zongjiu leaped up and rushed in front of Ku Ming, and then the hammer fell down. 1. The hammer fell to the ground and lightning flashed. The lightning that surged in all directions was simply as dazzling as an extremely grand fireworks display. Luckily, Ku Ming's Yuan Qi was able to automatically defend himself, and with the Ji Zun's body protecting him, he was able to absorb this energy. However, Ku Ming himself was also knocked back. The power of this move was too strong, directly smashing Ku Ming to the ground. In the distance, Wan Yonggong and the others saw Li Zongjiu beat up Sovereign Ku Ming with a hammer. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouth. The scene in front of them was too shocking. It was hard to believe that such a thing could happen. Li Zongjiu's strength was too strong. The experts in the arena who had been hiding at the side had experienced Li Zongjiu's brutal beating, and then the explosion of Ku Ming's prayer beads. Now, there were less than 30 people who could still stand. There were even a few who directly vomited blood and died because of their heavy injuries. Their fates were quite miserable and pitiful. However, at this moment they saw something. It was actually Li Zongjiu suppressing Ku Ming. A dignified Ji Zun couldn't even defeat a little guy. It was embarrassing. If Li Zongjiu didn't die, then all their previous efforts would have been in vain, and all their sacrifices would have been in vain. Who could bear such an outcome? Who would be willing to accept such an outcome? Therefore, in their hearts, they all wanted Li Zongjiu to be killed. Stay here obediently. Li Zongjiu pointed with his finger. Ku Ming, who was about to get up from the ground, was puzzled as to what Li Zongjiu was going to do. In the next second, he saw 8 rays of light instantly fall around him. Boom! 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 The burning soul pillar fell to the ground, giving off a feeling of a steel spear piercing into one's bones. Array? Supreme Ku Ming sneered. No one's formation can trap a supreme being. Immediately, Ku Ming wanted to prove his words. A tyrannical aura instantly erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. He wanted to destroy the burning soul array. However, the burning soul array didn't move at all. It easily refined this power and activated the burning soul array. Afterward, Ku Ming immediately felt as if his soul was being burned. You want to refine my soul? I'm afraid you don't know how to cultivate in the hardship tower. If you want to refine my soul, you won't be able to do it without at least 100 years. Clearly, Ku Ming was very confident in his own strength. In his opinion, this was just a small trick by Li Zongjiu. However, soon, Ku Ming couldn't laugh anymore. This was because the pressure from the surrounding formation made Prime Ku Ming feel the same pressure he felt when he first stepped into the hardship tower. It was a suffocating feeling. Not good. This power isn't simple. Ku Ming originally wanted to break the array by force, but now he had no choice but to sit down and concentrate on resisting the threat of the array. However, even after concentrating, his soul was still invaded by this power. Weren't you laughing happily just now? How about this? I'll add fuel to the fire. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger. Immediately, a ray of flame fell into the array. As the flame fell to the ground, a terrifying aura immediately swept up. This was the power of this flame. Spiritual fire. The original body of the ancient and modern towering flame appeared. It would be very happy and satisfied to burn the power of a Ji Zun expert. What, damn it! Quickly take this person down. Get me out of here at all costs. Ku Ming finally began to ask the people of Black Canal Basilica for help. However, there weren't many people left alive in Black Canal Basilica. When they heard Ku Ming's call, some people wanted to take action. At this moment, Wan Yulan and the others had already arrived. As members of the Anti-Black Alliance, they naturally couldn't do nothing during this process. Leave these people to us. Wan Yulan came in front of Li Zongjiu and said, As you wish. Li Zongjiu gestured. The people of the alliance behind Wan Yulan had been thirsting for blood for a long time. They couldn't wait to kill all the people in front of them. After all, this group of loyal and righteous people had been oppressed by the people of Black Canal Basilica for a long time. Now that they finally found the opportunity, the people of Black Canal Basilica were all killed. There weren't many people left alive in the first place. The helpers called in by the arena were also at a loss. At this moment they seemed to be on the wrong side. However, now that the Black Canal Basilica's momentum was gone, if they continued to be stubborn, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, these people were very smart. They turned around and killed the people of Black Canal Basilica. Chapter 1097. Trapped in the soul-burning array, Ku Ming didn't have time to consider the situation outside. He was furious. Why didn't these people come to save him? What a bunch of trash. They couldn't even handle these people. Now, he could only wait for his 2 brothers to appear. After killing the little girl, he would rush out to kill Li Zongjiu and save him. He just needed to hold on a little longer. All of a sudden, a spatial rift seems to have been torn open in the sky. Behind the rift was a world of fiery red flames. What? Ku Ming sensed that the King of Fire had appeared. When he took a closer look, he realized that the Fire Wraith King was holding two heads in his hands. It seemed that the rest of the heads had been burned. What kind of people were this pair of man and woman? Ku Ming felt a wave of fear from the bottom of his heart. He had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, but today, he was killed by two little brats. How could he bear it? This world was too unfair. He even felt like crying. At this moment, he was the one who felt powerless. In front of such a terrifying opponent, he had completely lost the will to resist. There was only one path left, and that was to give up. Evil Lord, the Temple Master won't let you go. You'd better start running now. Ku Ming glared fiercely into Li Zongjiu's eyes. However, with a single glance from Li Zongjiu, Supreme Ku Ming was swallowed up by the towering flame. The towering flame had been probing him all this while, and now, it erupted and instantly occupied Supreme Ku Ming's body, breaking through his defenses. After a miserable scream, Autarch Ku Ming was directly burned to death. His soul had also been completely incinerated. At this moment, he no longer resisted. Therefore, it was very convenient for him to die. This surprised Li Zongjiu. This person is too weak. He died just like that. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but shake his head. How could such a weak person be a supreme being? It was mainly because the two heads in King of Fire's hands were too frightening. These were the heads of two supreme being experts. Just like that, it was plucked off. It was no wonder that Ku Ming would collapse like this. After all, Li Zongjiu had already subdued him. Now that another one had appeared, there was no longer any hope for him. Moreover, he was very clear about the strength of his two companions. Even the two of them couldn't defeat this girl. There was basically no hope left. Spitting out such vicious words before they died was obviously just to satisfy their cravings. These people were really, if they didn't spit out a vicious word before they died, they would feel unworthy of their status. You're very fast. Li Zongjiu looked at King of Fire in astonishment. King of Fire's strength was increasing rapidly. Ever since that awakening, his strength had been constantly increasing. This breakthrough had something to do with his physique, as well as the accumulation he had accumulated previously. He had set it aside for today to break through. Therefore, this improvement could be said to be very big. Even Li Zongjiu was envious. You're not bad yourself. You're very familiar with this soul-burning array. Originally, the soul-burning array was used by Wu Tian to control King of Fire. However, Li Zongjiu had directly taken it for his own use. One had to admit that this was a very powerful weapon. Li Zongjiu could use this soul-burning array to force Wu Tian away. Obviously, under the second-grade Supreme Being realm, there was no one who could match him. Even the current King of Fire might not be his match. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. In addition, there was Wu Tian, who was constantly breaking through. If one wanted to stop Wu Tian from becoming stronger, one had to first obtain the unparalleled sword. Just the unparalleled sword alone would be enough to weaken Wu Tian by half. Now, Black Canal Basilica was directly defeated by Li Zongjiu and the others. However, it did not affect the opening of the Demon Suppression Palace. A mere Black Canal Basilica could not affect the Demon Suppression Palace. It was only because they had a certain method that they could obtain some information in advance. After breaking through the defense of Black Canal Basilica, there was basically no need to attack much. Previously, Ku Ming Supreme had destroyed many buildings by himself. Only the Hardship Tower and the Archbishop's Hall were not destroyed. In just a short while, the surviving Arch-Cardinal did not manage to escape in time, so he was immediately captured. He was thrown in front of Wan Yonggong and the others. You're all courting death, the Archbishop in red said coldly. However, when he saw the vicious looks on these people's faces, his usual dignity was no longer as effective as before. In fact, it was a complete joke. Haha, you people have killed so many loyal people. Today, the Marquis of Wanyong's residence will get rid of this evil for the people. Wan Yonggong held a machete with a tiger head in his hand. He personally went forward and crippled the archbishop in red in front of him. Immediately, a bright red head rolled on the ground. Hang his corpse in the middle of the street. Expose him to the sun for 7 days and 7 nights. Wan Yonggong said. Today, they could finally hold their heads high. In the future, the imperial court would finally be peaceful. As for how the imperial court would be managed, they could think about it later. Even if it went astray, the Marquis of Wanyong's residence would have a way to correct it. However, it was very uncomfortable to be controlled by these people from Black Canal Basilica. Moreover, they could not touch them, although there were still sacred mountains that had yet to be breached. However, the destruction of Black Canal Basilica alone was enough to bring hope to the Haiku dynasty. After all, Black Canal Basilica, which had stood firm for decades, was overthrown. It was like a stone tablet that suppressed justice was easily crushed today. Today's matter is all thanks to the help of the two of you. If it weren't for the two of you, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a magnificent thing. Wan Yonggong was obviously elated and happy. He felt much more comfortable. Wan Yulan saw that her grandfather's eyebrows were finally relaxed. She was very happy and gratified in her heart. The old man had worked hard all his life for the sake of rebuilding the dynasty. Today, he finally achieved it. It's a small matter. Yulan and I are friends. Friends should help each other, Li Zongjiu said faintly. However, his expression soon turned ugly. The King of Fire, who was beside him, also stared at him. Sneaky. Are you trying to sneak an attack on us? If so, this lord welcomes you. When Li Zongjiu's voice faded, 2 figures walked out from the shadows. Haha, the young master of the Li family of Luoxia City is indeed worthy of his reputation. The name of evil lord is well deserved. Lu, one of the Haotian sect, admires you. Chapter 1098. Haotian sect. Li Zongjiu and the others might not know much about it, but Wan Yonggong and the others had been trying to get in touch with the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect was a sect in the unbounded land, and its strength was incomparably powerful. A long time ago, they had a relationship with the Haiku dynasty, which was why Wan Yonggong was able to get in touch with them. Originally, this operation required the support of the Haotian sect in order to win. After all, there was no one in the alliance who could contend against a sovereign. However, the Haotian sect wanted Leo to ask for it. The request was something that Wan Yonggong and the others would never agree to. Therefore, the cooperation between the two sides had been in a stalemate. After the alliance won today, the people of the Haotian sect couldn't wait to jump out. Anyone could see that he was eager for quick success and instant benefit. Originally, they were relying on the strength of their own sect. If they didn't agree, then they wouldn't take action. Who knew that the matter would be resolved without a word? There was no need for them to take action at all. Immediately, the situation became extremely awkward. Wouldn't the Haotian sect be left hanging there? Seeing that they couldn't get any benefits, the people of the Haotian sect couldn't sit still. Let me introduce you. This is an elder of the Haotian sect. Lu Wan, Elder Lu. Wan Yonggong introduced. Even if the Black Canal Basilica was overthrown, the Haotian sect couldn't be easily provoked. Of course, compared to the Haotian sect, Wan Yonggong was more at ease. After all, the strength of the Haotian sect was mainly in the unbounded land. It was very difficult to radiate to this place. What's more, the Haotian sect couldn't use all its strength to invade the Haiku dynasty. Even in the unbounded land, the Haotian sect would always have its own enemies. Therefore, this kind of thing couldn't be done so easily. Yeah, I've never heard of it, Li Zongjiu said calmly. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had never heard of the Haotian sect. Either the Haotian sect was not powerful enough, or it had been destroyed long ago. Before Li Zongjiu could become famous, the Haotian sect had already disappeared. Therefore, right now, he should be making contact with them in advance. although Li Zhongjie was powerful. However, Lu Yuan wasn't happy to hear that. The Haotian sect's reputation was known to everyone within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Even if it was just a tiny bit of a legend, there should have been at least some people who had heard of it. However, they had ignored it directly in front of him, an elder. They were clearly not giving him any face. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already slapped him. However, Lu Yuan glanced at the Fire Wraith King beside him. The latter's indifferent gaze gave people a feeling of lingering fear. Previously, when the King of Fire dealt with the two Supreme Being experts, no one had seen anything. No one had seen the specific situation. However, in less than 10 minutes, they had already seen the King of Fire appear with the heads of the two men in his hands. Both sides were sworn enemies, so how could it be said that they were acting? To be able to kill two Supreme Being experts in such a short period of time. This showed that the King of Fire's strength was even more terrifying. Lu Wan and the others did not dare to act rashly. The strength of these two people was not simple, and the forces behind them might not be ordinary either. If they were two Supreme Being level rogue cultivators, then it would be even more terrifying. They could kill the disciples of the sect at any time, and they would not be able to go out in the future. It was not strange for them to be able to do this. The strong were not so easy to provoke. Ahem, the Haotian sect was established in the unbounded land. It can be considered a semi-hidden sect. If you don't have a deep understanding of it, it would be difficult to know. Wan Yonggong tried to smooth things over. Alright, the two of you can speak frankly. What do you want to do? Li Zhongjiu raised his hand. If one's strength was insufficient, then one would constantly fawn on the strong and maintain relationships. However, with Li Zhongjiu, there was no such thing as fawning. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then get lost. He should be giving you face by speaking a few more words with you. Wan Yonggong and Wan Yulan looked at each other. They naturally had guesses about what these people of the Haotian sect wanted to do, and Li Zhongjiu seemed to have seen through it as well. If only the people of the Wan family and the alliance were here, they would have no choice but to obey the Haotian sect, or negotiate with each other. In the end, the Haotian sect would benefit a lot. Therefore, Wan Yonggong did not want to offend them. However, Li Zhongjiu was very unyielding. Obviously, he did not give face to the two of them and the Haotian sect. At the same time, he was helping the Wan family to solve this problem. After the two of them exchanged glances, they took a step back. They gave the home ground to Li Zhongjiu and Lu Wan, but their footsteps were obviously closer to Li Zhongjiu and Wan Yulan. Their subtle movements naturally did not escape Lu Wan's eyes, and he sneered disdainfully in his heart. Did he think that just because he had Li Zhongjiu, he would be able to become their enemy? They were really too naive. With their strength, it was easy for them to investigate Li Zhongjiu's background. However, it was disrespectful to investigate someone's background at the drop of a hat. If you found someone you shouldn't be investigating, you would be the one to suffer. Therefore, this kind of thing had to be done according to the circumstances. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu could not stay in the Haiku dynasty forever to protect you and your grandson. The Haotian sect would have plenty of opportunities to come. Therefore, the Haotian sect was so fearless. Sooner or later, the Haiku dynasty would fall into their hands. Haha, our Haotian sect is adjacent to the Haiku dynasty. Naturally, we pay close attention to the affairs of the dynasty. Get to the point, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Kid, watch your words. Lu Wan's face darkened, but the one who spoke was the guardian next to him. The guardian stepped forward and glared at Li Zhongjiu. It seemed that he was going to attack Li Zhongjiu. The King of Fire's palm was surrounded by flames. He slapped his palm toward the guardian. He actually dared to speak to Li Zhongjiu in such a tone. Moreover, he did it in front of the King of Fire. He was simply courting death. Not good. When he sensed the incoming palm strike, the protector who had spoken up just now only cared about his mouth. He didn't even have the strength to retaliate. The only thing he could do was close his eyes. Boom! His whole body flew out directly. Boom! Although there was a ray of light around his body to protect him, he was still severely injured. However, he was still severely injured. Just the power of the shockwave alone was enough to make him spit out blood. The King of Fire retracted his hand and stood behind Li Zongjiu again. Lu Wan, who was opposite him, broke out in cold sweat. He was only at the peak of the primitive Emperor realm. If he wanted to deal with a supreme-level expert, he still needed to return to the sect and invite experts to come. When the King of Fire made his move, it naturally formed an invisible deterrence. He could clearly feel the power coming from the King of Fire. Even though it was just a light palm, it directly sent the Guardian flying. "Seems like you guys have to watch your words," Li Zongjiu said seriously. This ridicule also made Lu Wan feel extremely awkward. "Since this place does not welcome us, then we shall part ways here. See you again." Lu Wan turned around and left after saying that. After all, one of his companions was injured. If he did not get help in time, he might be crippled. "Go back and tell your sect master that if he wants to live a long life, he should know his place. Don't get involved in some things," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. These words made Lu Wan extremely angry. He clenched his fists and felt a great humiliation. He actually warned their sect directly. However, Lu Wan's strength was not strong enough, so he could not say much. If his words made Li Zongjiu unhappy, the King of Fire next to him might hit him again. Therefore, he could only bear with such humiliation and leave the Haiku royal city. Even the elders of the Haotian sect were defeated and had to return. Wan Yonggong finally saw how powerful Li Zongjiu was. He was simply too domineering. Thank you. My Wan family will never forget the kindness that Li Xiao has shown to our Haiku dynasty. No need for pleasantries. You guys deal with it yourselves. We will stay in the city and set off for the Demon Suppression Palace in a few days. Chapter 1099. Wan Yulan and the others found information about the Demon Suppression Palace from the Black Canal Basilica. It turned out that the Black Canal Basilica had always kept a tool from the Demon Suppression Palace. On the surface, it looked like a stone cauldron. However, it could sense the opening of the Demon Suppression Palace. As long as there was any movement in the Demon Suppression Palace, the stone cauldron would shine. Through the guidance of the stone cauldron, they could finally find the opening time and place of the Demon Suppression Palace. This thing is called the Bell Cauldron. It's a kind of guiding tool. Li Zongjiu was surprised when he saw the stone cauldron. He didn't expect the people of the Black Canal Basilica to have such a good thing. This was a treasure that could accurately time itself. Even though it could only be used in a specific setting, it was still extremely effective. Those who possessed this item would be able to live longer, at least within the Demon Suppression Palace. It was a life-saving item. You know about it too? Wan Yulan looked at Li Zongjiu. Even though Wan Yulan had collected a lot of information to study the Demon Suppression Palace, she didn't expect the thing in front of her to have such a wonderful function. I'm just guessing. I've seen it a few times before. But it's not from the Demon Suppression Palace, Li Zongjiu said. The before he was talking about was a long time ago. It wasn't a decade ago. Just when everyone was surrounding the stone cauldron, there was a sudden vibration from the inside of the stone cauldron. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the stone cauldron vibrated slightly, everyone looked over. It was rare to see such an amazing scene. What's going on? Why is the cauldron vibrating on its own? In the whole room, only the stone cauldron was vibrating slightly. Without a doubt, the vibration came from the inside of the stone cauldron. Its resonance with the Demon Suppression Palace. Li Zongjiu scooped up the energy from the stone cauldron and placed it in the room. With the injection of Yuan power, the vibration in the stone cauldron turned into a ray of light. What was shown in the light was the faintly discernible demon-suppressing palace. The majestic demon-suppressing palace was displayed in front of his eyes. He could feel the terrifying energy emanating from it. Just by looking at the illusory image of the demon-suppressing palace, he already had the feeling of wanting to kneel down and worship it. Such a vast and mighty aura was truly frightening. This is the ancient land of the 9 cities. Li Zongjiu and the others were not familiar with the terrain of the Heichu dynasty, but Wan Yulan was very familiar with it. Furthermore, the 9 cities was also an extremely famous place. It was unexpected that the Demon Suppression Palace would appear in the ancient land of the 9 cities. Looks like it's going to be another bloodbath. With the Demon Suppression Palace appearing in such a place, the native forces of the 9 cities won't let it pass so easily. Moreover, the situation in the 9 cities is extremely chaotic. It's extremely dangerous, Wan Yulan said solemnly. Such a dangerous relic appeared in such a dangerous place. What else was there to say? It was definitely going to be a dangerous journey. From Wan Yulan's words, Li Zongjiu and the rest understood that the so-called ancient land of the 9 cities was the no-man's land of the Haiku dynasty. It wasn't that the Haiku dynasty didn't want to take care of it. It was because the terrain was steep and the army couldn't break in. A long time ago, there were 9 power centers in the ancient land of the 9 cities. They were all different levels of armies and even sections, but later these power centers were destroyed. However, the subordinates and experts they brought all chose to stay in the ancient land of the 9 cities. Over time, the ancient land of the 9 cities became a place of contention for various forces. No one knew what they were fighting for. But because of the geographical environment and some special reasons, the Haiku dynasty didn't manage the ancient land of the 9 cities. It attracted many bandits and bandit. As long as you could enter the ancient land of the 9 cities, the Haiku dynasty wouldn't pursue you. The outside world was not allowed to bring people in to capture people. It formed its own small order. In fact, there were many places like this. Li Zongjiu was in a high position. He also understood that it wasn't that the Haiku dynasty didn't want to take care of such places. It was deliberately set up such places for better surveillance and control. Think about it, a group of vicious criminals wandering around the Haiku dynasty. It was safer for them to all gather in one place. It was more convenient to come to a place you knew. If they really wanted to kill you, you couldn't stop them. The 14th prince of the Xingyan dynasty was now in such a place. In such a place, it was useless to be careful, because these people's methods would infiltrate in all kinds of ways. They were pervasive and impossible to guard against. The only way was to use strength to declare one's attitude. Only in this way, they wouldn't dare to provoke you. Wan Yulan handed over her position as the Haiku Alliance leader and let Wan Yonggong take over again. She set off with Li Zongjiu and the others on the same day. They were heading to the ancient land of the 9 cities. Now that the stone cauldron had told them the specific location, of course, they had to wait here first. They didn't know the exact time when it would open. Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire teamed up, so they didn't need to share the Demon Suppression Palace's ruins with others. Let the others eat the leftovers of Li Zongjiu and the others. The Qilin warship hovered outside a black mountain range. In the dense forest ahead, there seemed to be many hidden dangers. Many people's eyes were fixed in the direction of the Qilin warship. "We've been locked on," Li Yun said. The Qilin warship was also equipped with Yuan energy detection equipment. When they were locked on, an alarm sounded. Obviously, the opponent's firepower was very strong. If they rushed over recklessly, they might not be hurt, but the warship would definitely be destroyed in an instant. The Eagle warship had been destroyed before. This made Li Yun even more distressed. A warship with such good performance was very good in her hand. Although the Qilin warship was good, its performance couldn't catch up with the Eagle warship. In the current situation, the Eagle warship could fly over directly, but the Qilin warship couldn't. As long as we land, there won't be a problem. Although the 9 cities' old haunt is chaotic, it's also the biggest black market. All the stolen goods in the country will be traded here. A grand auction is even held every year. After all, there are often many treasures in places like this. Wan Yulan explained. Every place had its own rules. Wan Yulan was afraid that Li Zongjiu was not afraid of anything. If he rushed out directly, it would definitely lead to a big disaster. Alright, let's land. Keep a low profile. Let's find the location of the Demon Suppression Palace first. In front of the natural barrier, there was a city wall. If they wanted to enter, they had to go through the city gate first. The city gate was under the jurisdiction of one of the 9 cities, Soldier City. Now, there were 9 top forces in the 9 cities' old haunt, and each of them controlled a certain territory. Of course, these territories had to be fought over in this way. If one strength wasn't enough, the territory would be easily taken away by others. 5,000 per person to enter the city. When Li Zongjiu and the other 3 approached, some of the people in charge of guarding the city gate of Soldier City looked at the 3 women. Each of them was better than the other. Such women were very valuable in the 9 cities' old haunt. Although Li Zongjiu's appearance looked simple, the arrogant temperament on his body was not fake. This amount of money was very cheap for a young master like him. He must be a young master who didn't care about his life and wanted to participate in the auction in the 9 cities' old haunt. He wanted to see the world, but he didn't know that it was easy to lose his life in such a place. You want 5,000? Why don't you just rob? Do you have the right to charge? Li Zongjiu didn't have much concept of money. Anyway, if he didn't have enough, he would just extort some. However, Li Yun knew that it was not easy to earn money. But these people who looked like bandits in front of her actually wanted 20,000 gold coins. Li Yun wouldn't give them this amount of money even if she was beaten to death. Hey, we actually met some stupid people. Since you don't want to pay, don't think about going in. Let's go in from other places. The leader of the group said arrogantly. There was only one entrance to the 9 cities' old haunt. It was impossible to enter from other places. Therefore, they occupied such an important toll gate. Naturally, they had to ask for an exorbitant price. However, the price varied from person to person. Chapter 1100. King of Fire frowned. They actually dared to stop them from entering. How could a mere wall be able to stop all of them? Wan Yulan took a step forward and took out her token from the Marquis residence. Oh, so you're from the Marquis residence. Unfortunately, any token is useless here. When those people saw Wan Yulan's token, they were a little surprised. However, they quickly calmed down and said with disdain. They did not care about the token in Wan Yulan's hand at all. Stop talking nonsense. Here are 20 gold coins. If you don't let us pass, then don't blame us for being rude. Li Yun said directly. Then, she threw a bag of gold coins over. When the man in the lead received the bag of money, his face immediately turned ugly. Because Li Yun used such a small amount of money to humiliate them. Were they, the people of Soldier City, only worth such a small amount of money? Fuck! How dare you humiliate me? There was a loud boom. The city gate was opened and a group of people wearing the same clothes walked out. When they saw these people walking out, the arrogant gatekeeper also stood up and saluted. Greetings, General. Greetings, General. However, the general who walked out did not even bother to greet the person next to him. He walked directly to Li Zongjiu and the others and bowed respectfully. Is Lord Evil Lord here? Evil Lord? The few people guarding the city gate were also slightly shocked in their hearts. Who was Evil Lord? Their ranks were relatively low, so the news had not yet reached their ears. However, since the land of 9 cities was so large and complete, they must first achieve a certain level of efficiency in obtaining information. They had just received news that Evil Lord and Supreme Flame had destroyed Black Canal Basilica. Now, they heard that Evil Lord and Supreme Flame were standing in front of the city gate, guarded by the people of Soldier City. After receiving the news, the general of Soldier City, Huang Weihu, immediately brought people to welcome them. There were a total of 9 forces in the land of 9 cities. Each force was named after the city, but the highest commander was called a general. He was not the city lord. Whoever dared to call himself the city lord would be beaten up. Everyone would be beaten up together. That was the result. When Huang Weihu and the others arrived, they found that Li Zongjiu and the others were blocked at the entrance. Luckily, they hadn't made a move yet. They heard that when the evil overlord made a move, no one would be left alive. Since these people were still standing, it meant that the situation wasn't that serious. What's the background of this evil dominator? He actually made the general come out personally to welcome him. The few people who were guarding the door also hurriedly lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at Li Zongjiu and the others. Just now, they were clamoring for them to enter through another door. However, in the blink of an eye, their general came out to welcome them personally. It did not matter if they were slapped in the face or not. It would not be a problem even if they lost a few teeth. If the general and the others knew that they had deliberately made things difficult for Li Zongjiu and the others, they would definitely turn around and kill them with a knife. In short, they were very anxious now. "Who are you?" Li Zongjiu glanced at the bearded guy and could not help but ask. He did not remember knowing the person in front of him. However, Li Zongjiu also knew that after his reputation spread far and wide, there would be a lot of people who would come to visit him. He also had such troubles in his previous life. However, Li Zongjiu did not like these people. Unless they came prepared with generous gifts, they would have to consider it carefully. "I am Huang Weihu, Soldier City's Guard General. I did not know that Evil Lord and Supreme Flame would come. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Huang Weihu and the others lowered their waists even more. The battle results of these 2 men had already spread throughout the Black Canal Royal City. However, no one had expected the Evil Reverend and the Flame Reverend to be as young as they were rumored to be. They possessed such terrifying cultivation at such a young age. It was really admirable. How did they cultivate? "Oh, then let's go in," Li Zongjiu said. Since they had already come to open the door, there was nothing to say. There was no need to argue with a few cats and dogs guarding the door. Hearing that Li Zongjiu didn't seem to have any intention of blaming them in front of Huang Weihu, these people who knelt down heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. This made them feel a lot more relaxed. "Wait a minute," Li Yun suddenly said. All of a sudden, these people were on tenterhooks. This lady should not speak carelessly. This could lead to death. Just now, these people took 10,000 gold coins from each of us to enter the city. Shouldn't they return it? Li Yun said. Even Wan Yulan widened her eyes. Li Yun's move was really similar to Li Zongjiu's shadow. "What? You bunch of blind things, hurry up and hand over the money." Huang Weihu was furious when he heard these words. He directly kicked these people, knocking them to the ground as a punishment. At the same time, he ordered them to hand over the money. Although these people were gloomy in their hearts, this great aunt had clearly only given them 20 gold coins. Now, she was actually asking them for 20,000 gold coins. "Lady, you're making a lot of money." However, these people did not dare to say anything. They hurriedly searched all over their bodies. Only then did they gather the 20,000 gold coins and respectfully handed it to Li Yun. She weighed the heavy money bag in her hand. Li Yun's face clearly showed a proud expression. The group of people followed Huang Weihu into the city. Although the people guarding the city gate had emptied their savings over the years, at least they were able to keep their lives. It was not until Li Zongjiu and the others disappeared from their sight that these people finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my God, this is too scary. It's simply terrifying. How did we offend such a big shot for no reason? It's too scary. I almost lost my head." These people felt that they had used up all their strength and sat on the ground paralyzed. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. Knowing that you're coming to the 9 cities, we prepared early in the morning to welcome you. I didn't expect you to be so fast. You've arranged a lot of spies in the royal city, Huan Yulan said lightly. Huang Weihu also smiled slightly. For survival. To be honest, whether the 9 cities can exist or not depends on the mood of the higher-up. You've seen through it, Huan Yulan said. Why are you still here when it's so chaotic? Li Yun asked. Huang Weihu could see that Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire were relatively quiet, or rather, they disdained to talk to people of their level. After all, they were Supreme Being experts. It was normal for them to have a little temper. Of course, Huang Weihu was also in the stage of smiling apologetically the whole time. After passing through the city gate, there was a passage that led to a group of buildings in front. There was also a city wall in front of them. Although the 9 cities appeared to be very chaotic, this place was unusually prosperous. Countless wealth flowed in this land. However, if one was seen carrying a large amount of money, it would depend on one's ability to walk out of this place safely. Huang Weihu was also considerate. He directly set up a table in his territory to welcome Li Zongjiu and the others. At the same time, Huang Weihu was not sure about Li Zongjiu's temperament, so he did not make a big fuss. After all, some experts also liked to keep a low profile. Come, the chef of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. He used to be the head chef of the imperial kitchen in the palace. Later, he ran away to me after committing a crime. His culinary skills are very good. This 100 flowers wine is also very rare. Now there are less than 10 jars left in the 9 cities. Huang Weihu and his wife accompanied Li Zongjiu and the others to eat. At the same time, he asked Li Zongjiu tentatively. I don't know why Evil Lord has come to the 9 cities this time. As long as it's something I can help with, just say the word, Huang Weihu said with a righteous face. Even if he had to go through water and tread on fire, he would not hesitate. To be able to talk to a Supreme Being expert and have a meal together. Just talking about it would be very honorable. General, the people of Tiandu City are attacking. Chapter 1101. While they were eating, one of Huang Weihu's men quickly came to report. The people of Tiandu City had attacked them. Immediately, Huang Weihu stood up angrily. Damn it, they actually dare to cause trouble at this time. It seems that I didn't teach them enough last time. Then, Huang Weihu also remembered that he had lost his composure in front of Li Zongjiu and the others. He quickly apologized. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. We'll eat by ourselves. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. Immediately, Huang Weihu also cupped his hands. Then, he quickly rushed outside with his men. This was a matter of life and death. It could be seen that they could not be careless at all. Li Zongjiu had long been accustomed to such things. After all, everyone was just trying to make a living. It was just that in such a place, the frequency of such things had increased a lot. It was not as much as the outside world. If there was something, it would be more efficient to do it directly. It was more intuitive. This was the characteristic of the 9 cities. They're going out to fight? Aren't they still eating? Li Yun could not help but say. They had not even eaten 2 mouthfuls of the meal, but they had already rushed out and were ready to fight. This really surprised Li Yun. This was a real experience. It was a bit too exaggerated. It's normal. This is because they obtained the information faster. Otherwise, they would have already killed their way to your table while you were still eating. Li Zongjiu said. King of Fire, your current title is not bad. Fire Supreme, what a domineering name. King of Fire gave Li Zongjiu a supercilious look. It did not matter what he was called. After all, King of Fire did not care about these things. Since we're already here, what's the next step? Huan Yulan said. It was indeed a little stressful to be with this group of masters, but if Huan Yulan wanted to break through, she had to deal with such strong masters. She didn't expect Li Zongjiu to give her any pointers. At the very least, He could stay by Li Zhongjio's side and learn something by himself. Let's wait first. This Huang Weihu is a pretty good person. When the time comes, we can just get his people to help us keep an eye out for news. Li Zhongjio said. Even if all the forces in the 9 cities joined forces, they would still be no match for Li Zhongjio. However, Li Zhongjio was not here to kill people. He was here to find treasures. Therefore, it was better to borrow as much power as possible. After all, getting things done was the most important thing. There were already sounds of swords and spears colliding outside. There were even some roars. It was obvious that some masters of elemental force were fighting. However, Li Zhongjio and the others in the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant were eating calmly. This was their stormy battlefield, so it was not a big deal to let them deal with it themselves. It was just a common occurrence for them. At this moment, Li Zhongjio and the others were looking for the appearance of the Demon Suppression Palace in the 9 cities, on a mountain peak hundreds of miles away from the Black Canal Royal City. There was no one within a radius of 10 miles, but the spiritual energy was extremely abundant. It seemed that a very precious spiritual treasure was born here. However, there was only one black palace on this mountain peak. This was the location of the sacred mountain of Black Canal Basilica. A red-robed archbishop, dressed in ordinary clothes, was running at high speed. He finally escaped the pursuit of the people from the Alliance. He came to the boundary of the sacred mountain. The people on the sacred mountain had long been indifferent to worldly affairs. They did not even care about power and such. Therefore, all of it was left to the people of Black Canal Basilica to manage, which was a group of bishops. However, this time it was really embarrassing. The entire territory of Black Canal Basilica was bombed beyond recognition. Furthermore, all the main combatants had been wiped out. At the same time, the sub-palaces in the major cities were basically destroyed overnight. This was clearly a premeditated attack. Even the headquarters in the royal city was destroyed. Naturally, the other places did not have so much power to resist. Therefore, these people chose to surrender one after another. Those who usually did all kinds of evil basically ran away overnight after receiving the news. It was hard to say whether it was righteous or not. However, as long as you won, you were definitely on the side of justice. History was written by the strong. At this moment, the Haiku dynasty was in a state of rapid cleaning. There were flames of war everywhere. This bishop, who had escaped to the boundary of the sacred mountain with great difficulty, could be said to be in a very miserable state. It was a miracle that he was able to escape here alive. Even not far behind him, there were still pursuers from the Alliance. This alliance was called the Black Extermination Alliance. This bishop finally escaped to the foot of the sacred mountain after going through untold hardship. Although the sacred mountain had already passed down an order before that no matter what happened, no one was to disturb the cultivation of the Lord of the sacred mountain. But now it seemed that it was impossible not to disturb him. After all the foundations you've laid for the Black Canal Sacred Hall have been destroyed. Li Zhongjio, just you wait. All of you, just you wait. The Unbounded Land. Wu Mountain. During the battle with Li Zhongjio, Sky Wu did not expect Li Zhongjio to be able to use the soul-burning array. These 8 soul-burning pillars could be said to be priceless treasures. For this reason, he had specially brought a clone to guard it, who knew that Li Zhongjio would snatch it away by force. Sky Wu was not discouraged by the loss of the first battle. As for Li Zhongjio and King of Fire, they would die in his hands sooner or later. How many rank 6 meta-beasts are there? Sky Wu returned to the Wu Mountain and gathered his subordinates. The method he was using now was to borrow the power of the myriad beasts to increase his strength. Master, there are a total of 463 meta-beasts. Throw them all into the myriad beasts mound and continue to capture them. Yes, Master. Myriad beasts mound. There was an extremely terrifying array in the myriad beasts mound. It was specially used to refine meta-beast. Once a meta-beast was thrown into the array, it would be able to extract the beast's soul and power. Then, it would be guided into the array and absorbed by Sky Wu. Master, when we were searching, we found signs of a rank 7 meta-beast in the Xingyan dynasty. It's still in its infancy, a man in black reported. A rank 7 meta-beast in its infancy? Surprise flashed in Sky Shaman's eyes. Go and capture it for me. Since it was in its infancy, it was not a problem to send his subordinates to capture it. If he had to do everything himself, why did Sky Wu train so many subordinates? The reason why these people could possess the strength of an primitive emperor was because of Sky Wu. It was all because of Sky Wu's training. He used his own strength to train these people, allowing them to possess such strength in such a short period of time. Of course, it was also to train this batch of primitive emperor experts. There were more people who died on the way because they could not withstand the pressure. Yes, master. Immediately, the man in black picked a few people. The rest were responsible for sending the rank 6 meta-beasts that were trapped in the cages into the myriad beasts mound. The entire valley was filled with the painful and angry roars of the meta-beasts. Facing the cruel oppression of the experts, they were like ants without any resistance. If they did not reach the peak, they would eventually be reduced to ant. Land of the 9 cities. Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. It seemed that the people from Tiandu City came prepared. They actually brought their men to the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant and saw that there were still people eating here safe and sound. Motherfucker, kill the men, leave the women for me. A one-eyed man rushed up and waved his hand. Immediately, a group of assassins with machetes rushed up. They looked exactly like bandits. Boom. There was a hole in the wall of the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. Then, more than 10 figures were blasted out of the hole. On the street below the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. At this moment, Huang Weihu and a dozen of his loyal subordinates were surrounded by the other party. Shameless bastard, old devil you actually betrayed me! Huang Weihu reprimanded. The person in the opposing camp, who was called Old Devil also laughed loudly. Yellow Tiger, you have been here for so many years. Don't you know that you should listen to whoever has the money? It's such a simple principle. Do you still need me to teach you? Give me 50 million now and I will help you kill them. The person called Old Devil, he was the leader of another major force, Yen City. Unexpectedly, he had joined forces with the people from Tiandu City. Chapter 1102. Bang, bang, bang. One-Eyed Dragon and the others, who had charged into the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant, were sent flying out. They fell to the ground. All of them were dead. One-Eyed Dragon, who was slightly stronger, pointed at the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. He opened his mouth to say something, but blood poured out. Then, he fainted. Who dares to touch the people of Yen City? Old man, he shouted at the top of the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. On the other side, Pang Yuanliang, the general of Tiandu City, also looked up. His men were all mixed elemental steel spearmen. They were all a team of top experts. Go up and capture them. Now, the two forces had joined forces. With the combined strength of these two generals, what was there to be afraid of? Immediately, these spearmen rushed up. Huang Weihu was also slightly surprised. At this moment, he was not sure what Li Zongjiu meant. If the dignified evil dominator wanted to intervene in such a situation, it would be a very easy thing to do. However, although Huang Weihu wanted to be on good terms with the evil dominator, he had never thought of using Li Zongjiu to deal with these people. Firstly, Li Zongjiu might think that he was using him. Secondly, in this kind of place, he had to rely on his own strength. A series of movements were heard. The other party's men had already reached the top floor of the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. After a while, another series of figures were sent flying out from the impact. Bang, bang, bang. The spearmen who went up just now smashed onto the floor. They were all dead. Damn it, come out if you have the guts. Come out or I'll shoot you to death. Pang Yuanliang immediately shouted at the top of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. At this moment, the street was surrounded by at least 1,000 people. Even under such circumstances, there were still people who dared to resist. Did they not know that their boss, even Huang Weihu, could not escape death? After Pang Yuanliang finished speaking, Li Zongjiu and the others appeared from the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. With a leap, they landed among these people. Pang Yuanliang and Old Man He were shocked as well. However, they maintained their composure on the surface. They did not lose their footing because of this. The young man in front of him had an extraordinary bearing, and he didn't look simple at all. Just now, it was this young man who had directly defeated his elite troops? These 20-plus people were the best of the best. Who are you? Yellow Tiger, I didn't expect you to have hired help. When Huang Weihu saw Li Zongjiu appear, he hurriedly supported his heavily injured body and said to Li Zongjiu, I didn't expect to disturb Lord Evil Lord's mood. Seeing that Li Zongjiu did not express any opinion, Huang Weihu also looked at the person opposite him. Hurry up and scram! Huang Weihu shouted angrily. This is Evil Lord. You can't afford to offend him. Hurry up and apologize, then scram. Evil Lord? Yellow Tiger, is there something wrong with your brain? You found such a godlike person to pretend to be ignorant. Do you really think that I, Old Man He, am easily frightened? Old Man He obviously didn't believe Huang Weihu's words. Evil Lord? Did he think that this was a child's play? Who are your men? Li Zongjiu glanced around and said to Huang Weihu. Huang Weihu was stunned. He didn't understand what Li Zongjiu meant, but he still pointed at the people around him. Now, only the people around him were his own people. He didn't expect this battle to be so tragic. Even if some of his subordinates were still alive, they didn't dare to get close. What are you doing? Are you trying to scare us? Old Man He suddenly said. Just as Old Man He's voice fell, Li Zongjiu snapped his fingers in front of everyone. Ta! With a crisp sound, a wave of energy immediately spread out in all directions. Boom! Immediately, this wave of energy directly wiped out the people in front of them. The group of people in front of them didn't have any power to resist at all. They were directly shattered by this wave of energy. The entire street instantly quieted down. Huang Weihu and the others couldn't believe their eyes. In an instant, these people were all killed. There was no obstruction at all. The enemies on the entire street were all killed. Such a fantastic scene for Huang Weihu was like a dream. They're all dead. Huang Weihu and the others looked around and found that all the enemies around them were all dead. Only their own people were fine. This kind of magical power, only Evil Lord could do it. General, are you all okay? General, we're too late. As soon as Huang Weihu got out of trouble, some of his loyal subordinates quickly rushed out. Obviously, they had seen the situation just now. However, they were at a disadvantage at that time, so they didn't dare to appear at all. Now that all the enemies were dead, why didn't they come out to attack? What were they waiting for? It's okay. Let's take this opportunity to fight back. Huang Weihu also made a prompt decision. This kind of thing didn't happen often. There must be a reason. Otherwise, these two people were sworn enemies, so there was no reason for them to join forces. You're still going to fight back? You're really going all out. Li Zongjiu glanced at Huang Weihu in front of him. He was really going all out. Sir, you don't know. This kind of opportunity is fleeting. Sir, please wait for a while. When I come back, I'll thank you again. Immediately, Huang Weihu didn't care at all. He led a group of people into the territory of these people. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't understand. Around dusk, Huang Weihu and the others returned in triumph. This time, most of the main force had died at the hands of Li Zongjiu. Therefore, the remaining people couldn't resist the counterattack of Huang Weihu and the others at all. That night, Huang Weihu's face was also filled with excitement. He dragged his body full of wounds back to the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. This time, he was able to return in triumph because of Li Zongjiu's actions. He killed the 2 generals and so many elite subordinates. In addition, his sudden counterattack was very timely. It also caused many people to completely give up resistance. After a simple dressing and cleaning, he went to look for Li Zongjiu. This was a true benefactor and a true benefactor. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu, Huang Weihu would have died today. Evil Lord, I didn't expect something like this to happen today. If it weren't for Evil Lord, I, Huang Weihu, wouldn't be standing here at this moment. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. After this battle, Huang Weihu also specially searched for the treasures collected by these people. Li Zongjiu saw it and smiled slightly, then accepted it. We're all friends. There's no need to be so polite. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had accepted his gift, Huang Weihu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he smiled happily. It turned out that Li Zongjiu liked this. By the way, Evil Lord, there's something I need to tell you. The reason why these 2 groups of people dared to sneak attack me today was because of the interference of a mysterious force. Huang Weihu told him his investigation. This matter couldn't be underestimated. Chapter 1103. Mysterious force? What kind of force is that? Li Zongjiu asked. What kind of information was that? The land of the 9 cities usually doesn't accept the intervention of external forces, unless, Huang Weihu said in a deep voice. Unless you can't refuse. Wan Yulan added from the side. The land of the 9 cities has a special attribute. It's different from other places. The people here have a strong sense of self-respect. That's right. Miss Wan is right. Therefore, the strength of this group of people is definitely not simple. Huang Weihu said with certainty. Today was a freak combination of factors. If Li Zongjiu and the others didn't come, their soldier city would have been swallowed up without leaving a corpse. However, now that things had taken a turn, Huang Weihu had gained a great advantage. However, this advantage seemed to be very difficult to gain. There was still a lot of trouble waiting for him in the future. If that's the case, there shouldn't be many forces of this level. We can find out after a little investigation, Li Yun said. Sir, don't worry. Within 2 days we will find out everything about them. Huang Weihu had just absorbed the forces and resources of the 2 big cities. Of course, he had to organize them. After telling Li Zongjiu the news, he left directly. If it's just a fight in the land of the 9 cities, there's no need for the outside world to get involved. Getting involved here will only bring unnecessary trouble. After Huang Weihu left, Wan Yulan also analyzed the situation at hand. The only reason why people from the outside world would come and take action is because of the Demon Suppression Palace ruins. Wan Yulan's habitual way of thinking was to analyze the situation clearly first. Then, she would summarize and come up with a plan at the end. In the end, she saw Li Zongjiu stand up directly. Who cares about their background? Let's go and see. Li Zongjiu was straightforward. Li Zongjiu wouldn't care if they were just having fun in the 9 cities. But if they were here to make trouble for Li Zongjiu and rob the relics, they couldn't blame Li Zongjiu. It was normal to be cruel and merciless. Would he sit down and chat with them? Should we inform Master? Li Yun seemed a little excited. Every time something like this happened, the most excited person would be Li Yun. She just loved to join in the fun. All of you stay here. I'll go alone. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Hey! Li Yun and Wan Yulan both watched Li Zongjiu disappear. The latter's speed was too fast for them to keep up. They could only watch Li Zongjiu disappear in front of their eyes. Huang Weihu was dealing with the matters under his hand. He was planning for the territory that he had just conquered. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear in the living room. Who is it? Huang Weihu could only vaguely see a figure. When the person walked closer, he saw clearly that it was Evil Lord. Evil Lord didn't go through the front door when he had something to do. Instead, he liked to come directly to other people's study. Evil lord, I'm sending people to investigate. There's no need for that. Take me there. Li Zongjiu said. Go where? Huang Weihu was stunned. He didn't understand Li Zongjiu's meaning. Let's go and see the leaders of the other forces. Huang Weihu prepared 2 fast horses. He didn't even bring a guard. Originally, he wanted to bring them, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that they wouldn't be of much use. The land of the 9 cities was mostly mountainous areas. Some places were at high places. After turning a corner, they might reach the lowest point. There were people living on top and bottom. It wasn't a stable place. After rushing down a few slopes, they entered the territory of the South City. When the South City army saw Huang Weihu and a young man, they were shocked. What's going on? One must know that these big shots usually wouldn't leave their territory. They could be assassinated at any time. Therefore, they needed to be very careful. Even if they wanted to go out, they had to be prepared in advance and bring a large number of people with them. Stop. Don't move. Huang Weihu and Li Zongjiu reined in their horses and stopped. Ask your old man Su to come out. Tell him that I, Huang Weihu, am looking for him. Huang Weihu shouted. Today, the news of Huang Weihu destroying the 2 strongholds had spread throughout the 9 cities. Therefore, today Huang Weihu's name was very famous. Immediately, the tone of the South City army in front of him relaxed a little. The general has ordered that now is the night curfew period. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The leader of the squadron said. But since General Huang is here, I will go and report it. The squadron leader immediately made a hand gesture. His subordinates immediately went to report this matter to him. Huang Weihu glanced at Li Zongjiu. Since Li Zongjiu didn't have any objections, then they would wait for the time being. While waiting, the people in front of him were also in a state of high alert. One must know that this fierce man in front of them had just destroyed the 2 strongholds this morning. Although the South City stronghold wasn't afraid, they still had to be vigilant. Maybe Huang Weihu was waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack them. In the dark night, they could see that the other party was also constantly deploying manpower. However, Huang Weihu wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he felt very happy. At this moment, even if he was facing thousands of soldiers and horses, it could be said that he wasn't afraid at all, because there was a supreme expert by his side. Therefore, no matter how many people came, he wasn't worried at all. He wanted to see what kind of expression Su Chun had on his face. Su Chun was the general of the South City stronghold. A series of torches suddenly lit up in the dark street in front of them. When the torches were strung together, it looked like a long dragon was approaching. "Ha, General Huang, what brings you here?" Su Chen's vigorous and powerful voice came from afar. The sentries in front of him all felt nervous. Although Huang Weihu and this inconspicuous young man were only 2 people here, they didn't know why they felt an extremely terrifying pressure hanging over their head. They didn't dare to relax at all. It seemed that the person in front of them was equivalent to the confrontation of thousands of soldiers and horses. "Old man Su, you must have heard about what happened today. Pang Yuanliang, an old man, he actually joined forces to deal with me. I'm here to ask for your opinion on this matter," Huang Weihu said. Su Chen's heart sank when he heard this. Although he showed up, he didn't put himself in danger. Instead, under the protection of many guards, he was talking to Huang Weihu. When he spoke, he was also staring at the young man riding a horse beside Huang Weihu. Li Zongjiu's gaze also fell on the 4 people wearing bamboo hats and black clothes beside Su Chen. Chapter 1104. As Li Zongjiu's gaze fell on them, the people who had been hiding their auras became a little nervous. "Where did the 4 of you come from?" Li Zongjiu asked directly. He didn't beat around the bush and directly pointed at the 4 people beside Su Chen. Su Chen immediately looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. Obviously, it confirmed Li Zongjiu's opinion and guess that these people were indeed not from the 9 cities. Huang Weihu naturally didn't dare to interrupt. However, Su Chen naturally didn't dare to order the 4 big shots around him to say anything. "You and I have minded our own business. Why are you so aggressive?" One of the people wearing a hat spoke, but the 4 of them didn't do anything. Obviously, they were on guard. If Li Zongjiu made a move, it would be extremely fierce, so they needed to be on guard. "You don't have the final say. Take advantage of the fact that I don't want to make a move now. Either you tell me the truth or get lost immediately. I can let you go," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. When Su Chen heard this, he was extremely shocked. Others didn't know the origin of these big shots, but he knew very well that these 4 people's identities were extremely complicated. They just liked to keep a low profile, so they hid their identities. If their true identities were exposed, it would cause a sensation. "Li Zongjiu, you think too highly of yourself." Li Zongjiu's words just now had touched their bottom line. Thus, these people no longer hid themselves. They immediately flung their cloaks aside, revealing the neat sect attire underneath. When people saw the symbol of a hammer on the attire, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They released their aura. Even the warhorse that Huang Weihu was sitting on was frightened and took 2 steps back. Haotian sect. Huang Weihu's eyes widened. They knew that someone was behind this. However, they did not expect the Supreme Sky sect to be the one controlling the situation. The 4 members of the Haotian sect felt wronged as well. This time, the people of the Haotian sect had finally come to a decision. Within the sect, an expert had divined that the ruins of the Demon Suppression Palace would appear in the 9 cities. Hence, the Haotian sect had also sent people to secretly infiltrate this place. The purpose was to control the situation here as soon as possible. As long as these people were under control, the news would be completely blocked. Even if they had the opportunity to enter the Devil Suppression Palace ruins first, those who came later could only eat the leftovers, or rather, eat the leftovers. Who knew that after Li Zongjiu arrived, he would be so aggressive? Moreover, from the very beginning, he had directly ruined their plans. He was simply forcing his way in and causing trouble. Now, he even wanted to obstruct the Haotian sect's plan. Since he was so arrogant, there was no need to be polite with him. After revealing their identities, 2 of them looked slightly younger, about 25 or 26 years old. However, the arrogance on their faces did not diminish at all. They stretched their bodies and at the same time looked at Li Zongjiu in front of them with a provocative look. "Third uncle, I've already told you not to talk nonsense with this kind of brainless person. Destroying his origin beads by beating him up is more effective than talking 10,000 words." "Yeah, who dares to say a word about the Haotian sect's business?" The person in front of them also revealed a fierce look, and even prepared to attack. Those who belonged to the South City Army were also shocked. Unexpectedly, people from the Haotian sect had come to their place, and even stood on their side. This guy in front of them was definitely going to die. Almost everyone knew the strength of the Haotian sect. Although it was equivalent to a hidden sect, the Haotian sect had gradually expanded its influence. Moreover, there were many legendary achievements. Therefore, the Haotian sect's reputation was quite good in the Haiku dynasty. However, the Haotian sect had no way to open up channels and expand its influence in the Xingyan dynasty. However, it was precisely because the Xingyan dynasty had just been established that it needed to stabilize its strength. After the internal situation was unified, it would accept some new forces into the Xingyan dynasty. However, in the current situation of the 9 cities, these people from the Haotian sect were still arrogantly releasing their influence, thinking that they were still the arrogant overlord sect that everyone had to give way to. If Huang Weihu was here today, he would probably admit defeat without saying a word. It was even possible that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. However, today's situation was a bit special. There was another person here. Li Zongjiu glanced at the 2 young people in front of him, and then picked up the hammer in his hand. As soon as they saw Li Zongjiu pick up the hammer, the 2 young people from the Haotian sect finally couldn't hold back anymore. Before they went down the mountain this time, their master had clearly told them not to fight unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that the Hautian sect's prestige had been established, if they acted recklessly, it would damage their prestige. This was something that couldn't be easily violated. They had to subdue the enemy without fighting. This was the most domineering behavior. Now that Li Zongjiu had already revealed his weapon, they naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. Moreover, they had a very good reason to beat Li Zongjiu up first. "You're courting death." Immediately, the two young people directly raised their swords. However, their swords were only half drawn when Li Zongjiu's hammer had already smashed on their heads. This time, Li Zongjiu was merciful and didn't directly take their lives. Instead, a bolt of lightning instantly penetrated their bodies. Bang bang! Their origin pearls instantly shattered. The expression on their faces was incomparably painful. They didn't know whether they should cover their heads or their stomach. They directly fell to the ground. Their bodies were still twitching non-stop, as if they were two people who were sick. "How dare you!" The third martial uncle was shocked and angry. Immediately, he also circulated his origin energy. With the strength of a second-stage origin emperor, he dared to display his slight skill in front of Li Zongjiu. The other person also only had the strength of a second-stage origin emperor. He was directly sent flying by Li Zongjiu's two kicks. Bang bang! Two figures fell to the ground. "I won't kill you today because I want you to go back and pass a message. Don't come near the 9 cities for 3 months. Otherwise I, evil lord, will kill whoever comes." Li Zongjiu's tone and attitude were very sincere. It sounded like a request, but it was a blatant threat. Threatening the Hautian sect? Only the evil dominator would do something like that. Chapter 1105. The third martial uncle from the Hautian sect collapsed to the ground. He had never thought that he, who was so high and mighty, would one day be reduced to such a state and be smashed to the ground by someone with a hammer. At this moment, he could only feel the eyes of the people around him converging on him. There was a feeling of extreme shame. This was simply the greatest insult to him. However, Li Zongjiu's words were like steel whips that lashed his body. In the end, the people of the Hautian sect also stood up silently. The third martial uncle glared fiercely at Li Zongjiu. Then, he clutched his injured stomach and directly left the place. However, the two crippled young men from the Clear Sky sect were left where they stood. Obviously, the two of them had been crippled and their elemental pearls were destroyed. Even if they were saved, it would be of no use. They might as well just leave them here. Even the people of the Hautian sect fled. Su Chen of the South City Army was filled with shock. The people of the Hautian sect had directly appeared in front of the show table and asked the South City Army to unify the entire 9 cities. They wanted to incorporate the other areas into their forces and unify them. Such a thing was naturally very difficult. However, with the intervention of the people of the Hautian sect, it was naturally different. However, just as they were halfway through the discussion, this evil dominator appeared and killed them without saying a word. Just now, he even threatened to help them unify the 9 cities. In the blink of an eye, he was chased away. Su Chen did not know what to say about the speed at which he was slapped in the face. He could only take a deep breath. Their fate would depend on the mood of the evil lord. If the evil lord, Li Zongjiu, wanted to support Huang Weihu, then he would have to give up his territory easily. Regardless of whether the Hautian sect would seek revenge on Li Zongjiu or not, first of all, they could not stop Li Zongjiu from making a move. If Li Zongjiu was in a bad mood, he would directly cripple them. At that time, they would lose their territory and their lives. They did not know how Huang Weihu was so lucky to be able to get the help of the evil lord. Su Chen did not recognize Mount Tai. "Greetings, evil lord." Su Chen half-knelt and saluted Li Zongjiu. Many of the generals around him also knelt down on one knee. "Capture those 2 people and properly torture them. However, do not kill them. Let them properly experience the wonders of this world." Li Zhongjie said indifferently. Revenge for the smallest grievance. Generally speaking, if Li Zhongjie wanted to make a fuss about something, then you should be prepared to die. Li Zhongjie did not have the time to deal with these two good-for-nothings. However, with just a few words, he could send people to do these things. Why not? Tomorrow at noon, ask the leaders of the other regions to come for a meeting. It's up to them whether they want to bring people or not. If I don't see them, I will go and find them myself, Li Zhongjie ordered. Su Chen hurriedly replied when he heard Li Zhongjie's words. Don't worry, evil lord. This subordinate will definitely inform them. After that, Li Zhongjie and Huang Weihu turned their horses around and left. After Li Zhongjie left, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, he was already sweating profusely. It could be said that he was really sweating profusely. If there was even the slightest mistake in serving someone as strong as Li Zhongjie, it would be a disaster for him. Fortunately, Li Zhongjie did not seem to be interested in their turf wars. Or perhaps, he just wanted to enjoy being an elite? They didn't know if tomorrow's meeting would be a hongmen banquet, but with Li Zhongjie's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with them. General, do you want to talk to the leaders of the other regions? Let's join forces. Otherwise, tomorrow will be a disaster. Su Chen's subordinate reminded him. This subordinate was a very loyal one. In such a place, if one didn't have a trusted subordinate, then he was basically a useless person. Of course, he couldn't completely trust him. It was up to him to choose what to do. Stupid! Su Chen scolded angrily. The two people who were defeated were at the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. They were one step away from the Yuan emperor realm. The two of them were crippled in an instant. Can't you see evil lord's strength clearly? Su Chen immediately said directly. Clearly, this evil dominator's strength was extremely terrifying. Even if all the people in the 9 cities were added together, they would not be enough to kill evil lord. I heard that evil lord and an elite called Supreme Flame easily destroyed Black Canal Basilica. I have seen the strength of evil lord. I wonder if Supreme Flame, who is even stronger, will also come here. Strange, what are these top experts doing here? Su Chen was obviously more farsighted. Since he could no longer control his own life and death, he might as well find out why he was in such a situation. The Haotian sect in the real world, and now this evil lord. Could it be that the 9 cities is related to the Demon Suppression Palace? When he thought of this, Su Chen took a deep breath. If this was the case, then this matter was of great importance. The stability of the 9 cities would definitely be constantly interfered with by external forces. In the end, this layer of peace would also be broken. The situation might become very chaotic. First of all, if these top experts came, they would definitely not be able to stop them. It was no wonder that Evil Lord was so anxious to summon them for a meeting. He wanted to assign tasks and take over the 9 cities. General? General? Su Chen's subordinate saw that his eyes were glazed over and emitted light from time to time. He thought that his general had lost his mind or suffered a great blow, so he quickly woke him up. Su Chen woke up. All right, hurry up and inform those people. As long as they are in place, it's up to them whether they come or not. It's best if they don't come. Immediately, Su Chen sneered. If at this time, he could see that his old rival of many years was eliminated, he would be very happy in his heart. When the time came, if they didn't come and directly angered Evil Lord, he would kill the remaining 4 people with a wave of his hand. That would be really satisfying. What about these 2 people? After all, these 2 people were disciples of the Clear Sky sect. Although their elder had escaped a little faster, it was hard to say if these people had reacted a little later and wanted to take them away. In the end, someone would stand up for them. It was just that they didn't know when that person would come back. Search them clean and lock them in the ant prison. Just make sure they don't die. Ant prison. Upon hearing this name, these subordinates trembled and felt their scalps tingle. However, when they thought of how arrogant these two people were when they were with them, locking them in the ant prison was also a kind of behavior that made them happy. Yes, General. Chapter 1106. In the Xingyan Dynasty. A group of black-clothed men hurriedly landed on a mountain peak. Mount Xianwang. This was Mount Xianwang, the place where a few major incidents had occurred. Qi Yanran of the Qi family was overseeing this place, managing the matters of the Mount Xianwang or vein in an orderly manner. Whirlwind Stockade had originally wanted to interfere and extort a large sum of money, but after the other 6 stockades were easily destroyed, they became very well behaved. At the same time, under the threat of Li Zongjiu, they obediently carried out their current guarding duties. However, the Qi family's reputation and Whirlwind Stockades overseeing this place became very peaceful. Immediately, Mount Xianwang fell into a state of complete calmness. No one dared to cause trouble. That night, a cold wind suddenly blew. It happened to be the time when a batch of ore was being transported. And today, a large amount of black-yellow essence crystals had been mined. The value of the black-yellow essence crystals alone was equivalent to the amount of black-yellow essence stones mined for nearly half a month. Therefore, Qi Yanran was personally escorting the ore. Yes, that direction is Whirlwind Stockade. Qi Yanran and the others were in the forest, escorting the ore carts. These ore carts were pulled by ground service beasts. These ground service beasts were not even rank 1 meta beasts. They were a kind of hybrid meta beast with good endurance and strength. Suddenly, a flame lit up in front of them. They could faintly hear the sound of fighting. But soon it was drowned in the sea of trees. The ground service beasts in front of them suddenly lay on the ground, not daring to get up, as if they were afraid of something. Everyone be careful, Qi Yanran ordered. Immediately, the Qi family's guards pulled out the sabers at their waists. Under the moonlight, the shiny sabers looked cold and threatening. Then, Qi Yanran looked up at the forest in front of her. 2 figures hovered above the shadow of a tree, staring at Qi Yanran. Pay attention to defense. Although Qi Yanran's cultivation had recently made a breakthrough, she still felt threatened when she sensed the threat from the 2 people in front of her. But with a divine weapon like the desolate heaven essence in her hand, she was naturally not afraid. Who is it? Qi Yanran snorted coldly. The 2 people opposite her did not say anything. They looked at each other directly. After confirming the target, they rushed toward Qi Yanran. Boom! The power of the 2 instantly erupted. There seemed to be a giant beast roaring above the sea of trees, and the surrounding power instantly exploded. Boom! A terrifying power spread out in all directions. Immediately, Qi Yanran's expression became extremely solemn. 2 auras rushed toward her like 2 mountains. Boom! Boom! The desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hands was specifically used to break through mountains. The desolate heaven essence transformed into a white beam of light that swirled out and instantly shattered the barrier. However, the 2 men had already rushed in front of Qi Yanran and tried to grab her. Whoosh! Bang! Qi Yanran relied on the desolate heaven essence to tangle with the 2 of them, but she realized that the 2 people in front of her were extremely powerful. They were much more terrifying than she had expected. Desolate Heaven Lock. He activated the desolate heaven essence with his Yuan Qi. Immediately, a surge of energy surged out of the desolate heaven essence and swept towards the 2 figures. But one of them managed to dodge in time, but the other was not so lucky. He was wrapped up by the desolate heaven essence, and almost instantly, it shrunk to an extreme, crushing the black-robed man's body. The essence of this move was to concentrate the power of the desolate heaven essence in a small area and then compress it, easily crushing the people in the gap. Bang! When he saw his companion explode into pieces in midair, the black-clothed man seemed extremely calm. He continued to calmly attack Qi Yanran. At the same time, he seized a very good opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that Qi Yanran had yet to recover her strength, he suddenly closed in and slapped at Qi Yanran's head. Although Qi Yanran saw the other party's move, she was too late to block it. The black-clothed man opposite her curled his lips into a cold smile. This smile seemed to imply that he had completed his mission. Qi Yanran had no way of avoiding this palm. So, a beam of light directly pierced through the black-clothed man's head. Instantly, the black-clothed man's strength disappeared. The black-clothed man's head could be said to have exploded in an instant. He naturally lost control of the power in his body at this moment. Qi Yanran's figure retreated, just in time to avoid this move. Immediately, Qi Yanran heaved a sigh of relief. A blue bird flapped its wings and calmly landed on Qi Yanran's shoulder. It used its beak to comb its feathers until the feathers on its body were clean. Fortunately, I have you, Xuelan. Qi Yanran stroked the bird's head. This bird was the mountain auk that Li Zongjiu had given to Qi Yanran previously. In less than half a month, the mountain seagull had already begun to take shape. With its current size, it was clear that it had eaten a lot of good things in the past few days. All of them were high-grade pills that were specially cultivated. It could be said that the mountain seagull ate better than the food that humans eat. Xuelan was the name that Qi Yanran gave to the mountain auk. These two masters were of unknown origin and were very powerful. Most importantly, they did not know the origin of each other at all. They actually attacked directly, which made Qi Yanran have a faint premonition in her heart. Obviously, they are from the same organization. The way they fight is very similar. And after their deaths, it seems that their energy has been transferred. Qi Yanran had the original spirit of the longevity tree, so she had a very clear understanding of the power of life. Although these people were dead, their power had flown directly to an unknown place. All things had the same origin. According to common sense, the energy of these people should return to heaven and earth. However, the power of the two people in front of her was flowing in the same direction. When the motorcade below saw that Qi Yanran had killed the two masters of the other side alone, they all laughed at those who tried to fight with the eldest Mississippi. The eldest Mrs. Strength could be said to be unrivaled among her peers. Of course, with the exception of a freak like Li Zongjiu, it was really difficult for other people of the same age to catch up with the eldest Mississippi. These people wanted to rob her. They were simply digging their own graves. All of you, quickly take the things away. The only thing that Qi Yanran could think of now was that someone had received the news and wanted to fight for the mysterious yellow crystal in her hands. Buzz. After giving her instructions, Qi Yanran's brows furrowed slightly. When she turned around, she saw three figures appear in front of her. They were dressed exactly the same as the two people who were killed just now. The three people's eyes met and fell on Qi Yanran. To be precise, they were looking at the mountain auk on Qi Yanran's shoulder, Xuelan. Chapter 1107. The three figures that appeared next were obviously stronger. Qi Yanran did not dare to be too careless. However, there was no need to ask about the background of the people in front of her. Boom! The three of them attacked at the same time. A terrifying force that covered the sky and earth struck towards Qi Yanran. The force seemed to intertwine to form a giant net. Qi Yanran was caught in it. Qi Yanran could not avoid it. She used the desolate heaven essence to forcefully split open the opponent's force net. At the same time, she leaped up and rushed towards the distance. At the very least, she could not control the battlefield here. Otherwise, a little bit of the force that spread out could easily kill the people of the Qi family below. The three people in front of her were also in the primitive emperor realm. At the same time, their target was extremely clear. They did not care about the things around them and directly chased after Qi Yanran. Boom! Boom! Four figures instantly swept across the sea of trees above the forest. The terrifying force that was set off alarmed the origin beasts in Mount Xianhuang. They fled in all directions in a disorderly manner. The black-robed man who was chasing behind her was constantly releasing his origin force. Balls of origin force bombarded out. After Qi Yanran dodged them, she landed on the ground and blasted the soil nearly 100 meters high. Such a strong vibration almost destroyed Mount Xianhuang. Fortunately, Mount Xuanhuang's area was not small. The potholes were nothing to it. Suddenly, a origin force was about to hit Qi Yanran. The desolate heaven essence in Qi Yanran's hand immediately rolled out easily. But, purring! Qi Yanran was still hit. Her figure immediately fell from the sky. After all, Qi Yanran's origin force cultivation was only at the 8th grade origin king realm. She had not truly stepped into the primitive emperor realm. In terms of maintenance, she was completely inferior to the real primitive emperor experts behind her. Moreover, the strength and realm of these people belonged to a relatively high level among the primitive emperors. A figure landed and threw a punch at Qi Yanran. The domineering and terrifying force seemed to destroy everything. Pung! The desolate heaven essence automatically protected its owner, but it was directly sent flying. He waved his fist again and hit Qi Yanran. At this moment, the mountain ocean sparrow dashed towards the black-clothed man. However, the black-clothed man was obviously prepared. After all, the mountain ocean sparrow was a supreme-level meta-beast. Although its strength had yet to mature, its potential was not to be underestimated. It was not something an ordinary meta-beast could compare with. Bang! The black-clothed man blocked the attack, but the seagull didn't fare any better. Instead, the black-clothed man's blocking hand was directly broken by the seagull. Qi Yanran leaped up in an attempt to pick up the desolate heaven essence. However, the two black-clothed men who had been observing from outside the battle circle finally made their move. One of them sent Qi Yanran flying with a palm strike, while the other grabbed the desolate heaven essence in his hand. When the desolate heaven essence was grabbed in his hand, it produced a resisting force. In an instant, a terrifying force burst out, blowing off the black-clothed man's hand. The desolate heaven essence also quickly swept towards Qi Yanran, transforming into a beam of light that protected her. This was the desolate heaven essence's protective mode. After it was activated, it would form an absolute defensive zone. Xuelon was fighting with a black-clothed man. However, Xuelon lacked combat experience and was quickly injured. Seeing this, Qi Yanran saw the other two men rushing towards Xuelon. She knew that their target was Xuelon. Immediately, Qi Yanran forcibly removed the desolate heaven essence's defensive mode. Xuelon, mountain ocean rainstorm escape. Qi Yanran and Xuelon were telepathically connected. Hence, Qi Yanran knew all the moves that Xuelon knew. Clearly, Xuelon was in a daze and only had ordinary combat instincts. However, Qi Yanran, who was in a calm state, could think of a way to deal with it and how to best use this technique. Immediately, the mountain ocean sparrow did not hesitate to let out a long cry. Immediately, the entire forest was filled with wind and rain. Strong winds blew. A sudden downpour came. Boom! The surrounding mountains, rivers, and plants seemed to be constantly changing. The three black-clothed men were trapped in their spots by this force. Not good! In the next moment, the force of the storm blew the three of them away. At the same time, the strong wind and rain also slowly disappeared. It was as if the previous scene was just an illusion. When they looked at the person in front of them, she had disappeared. She escaped. The three of them exchanged glances. What happened just now was the mountain ocean sparrow using this escape technique. It was only a blink of an eye, but they did not know where she was brought to. The three black-clothed men immediately joined forces. They spread out their mental strength and covered their surroundings. They could see everything within a 10,000-mile radius. However, they did not sense the aura of the woman and the supreme-level meta-beast. She escaped. They had lost 2 people on this mission. Furthermore, they did not achieve any effective result. Continue to investigate. If they returned like this, they would definitely be punished by their master. Hence, they had to find news of the supreme-level meta-beast. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately, the 3 of them scattered on the spot. Although they couldn't find any traces of the supreme primordial beast within a radius of 10,000 miles, it was impossible for the supreme primordial beast to travel through space with this skill. It would always appear in the same place. They would definitely find something if they expanded their search area. The captain of the Qi family's guards was Qi Zhen. Today, the young mistress had encountered a strong enemy and disappeared without a trace. Such a huge incident had shocked Qi Zhen. The young mistress had gone missing. This matter must be reported to the family head secretly. Qi Zhen immediately arranged for the carts to transport the goods to the city and complete the handover. After which, he personally went to the Sacred Flame Royal City and reported everything he had seen today to Qi Shaohun. When Qi Shaohun heard the news, his expression was extremely solemn. "Remember to keep this matter a secret. Did you bring back the corpses of the two?" Qi Shaohun asked. The corpses of the two turned into nothingness in less than half an incense's time. "This is a finger that I chopped off before I disappeared," Qi Zhen said. Qi Zhen was also very experienced. He placed the finger in a box that was sealed with yuan qi. Usually, people who roamed the underworld would prepare such a thing. In fact, it was just a kind of isolation rune. It could isolate some aura and prevent the yuan qi of the item from being emitted. "Alright, you've done well. I'll issue a secret order to summon Yanran back. I'll make a trip to the White Deer residence." To be able to force Qi Yanran into such a situation, the opponent's strength was obviously not simple. Even the current Qi family could not deal with it. When such a thing happened, they could only ask for Li Zongjiu's help. However, Li Zongjiu seemed to have some matters to attend to recently and rarely appeared in the royal city. Qi Yanran opened her eyes and got up. In front of her was a peaceful lake. The ripples were rugged and rippled. It was so bright that Qi Yanran could not open her eyes. Qi Yanran raised her head and saw the sunlight in the sky. She was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. "This is not the holy martial continent." Chapter 1108. Xuelan. Qi Yanran called out softly. She couldn't find any trace of Xuelan, but she could feel the connection between her and Xuelan. However, the connection was blocked and she couldn't summon Xuelan to her side. Divine Sparrow Realm? When Qi Yanran walked to the lakeside, she found a stone tablet erected by the lakeside. The words written on the stone tablet were precisely these three words. When Qi Yanran's gaze was completely focused on the tablet, suddenly, a suction force was released from the stone tablet and instantly sucked Qi Yanran in. There was no time for her to react. The surroundings returned to calmness. Haiku Dynasty, Old Land of the Nine Cities. Li Zongjiu stood in front of the window and stared out. His mood was unstable tonight and he couldn't enter the state of cultivation. He thought that something must have happened. However, Li Zongjiu sensed that what happened could be good or bad. This made Li Zongjiu very confused. He didn't know what was going on. However, he was about to enter the Demon Suppression Palace. Perhaps this vigilance came from the Demon Suppression Palace. The dangerous situation of this trip was unknown. Wu Tian's people, Haotian Sect's people, and some people from Tianyan Dynasty's people. The gathering of experts from all sides was definitely not simple. Therefore, Li Zongjiu wanted to seize the opportunity. Obtaining the unparalleled sword and the demon suppression seal is enough to deal with the future. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. He turned and sat back on the bed and began to adjust his aura. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Let's talk about the 9 cities first. The leaders of the other 5 regions also received a message from Su Chen. The content of the message was very simple. Evil Lord invited everyone to have a meeting tomorrow at noon in the territory of Soldier City. If you don't come, you'll have to bear the consequences. With just these 2 simple sentences, the 5 of them were prepared for different things. Some didn't even care about this evil lord. You're an evil overlord in the outside world. You've killed a lot of people. But you'll have to tuck your tail between your legs when you're in the 9 cities. Everyone in the 9 cities kills people like flies. They don't even spit out the bones when they eat people. Therefore, he was already prepared and did not care about Li Zongjiu at all. There were also some who believed that this was a trap set up by Su Chen and Huang Weihu. It was said that Huang Weihu defeated 2 major forces this morning. If it was Huang Weihu alone, it would be very difficult for him to achieve this. Therefore, it must be the people of the southern city who secretly made a move. Now, he had found an excuse to invite them to Soldier City for a meeting. Was this a joke? Did they look like fools? Would they allow themselves to be manipulated like this? There were also those who planned to go. But they had already contacted and made arrangements in secret. Because the information they received before was related to this evil lord, the information was more accurate. They also knew that the evil lord defeated the people of the Haotian sect tonight and drove out the people of the Haotian sect. There must be a lot of complicated methods behind this, but the only thing they knew was that the evil lord was not someone they could provoke. Therefore, it was better for them to obediently go to the meeting. They knew Su Chen's temper. He would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. This set of old bones was ruthless and fearless. He had made the southern city impregnable. Moreover, he was also extremely good at defense. He did not like to take the initiative to attack. However, if he was hit, he would definitely not suffer any losses. He would risk his life to bite back this piece of meat. This was Su Chen's temper. Since Su Chen came to inform them of this matter, he obviously knew how powerful the evil lord was. This was already certain, so naturally, they did not dare to be careless. The people of the 9 cities were all prepared. However, they were also extremely uneasy about the fate that would befall them tomorrow. No one knew what the situation would be like. The dignified evil lord, with just one sentence, had already caused the land of the 9 cities to fall into an extremely tense state. Only the evil lord had such ability and influence. On the other side, it was the Haotian sect's 3rd martial uncle who had suffered and been humiliated. His real name was Yang Antai. In the Haotian sect's duty hall, he was the 2nd in command among all the deacons. His status was respected. The disciple who was crippled was the disciple of the Haotian sect's Wuliang Peak Master. Boundless Peak's Peak Master and Yang Antai were also fellow disciples. That was why he called Yang Antai 3rd martial uncle. But this time, they left in a hurry, and the 2 people's elemental pearls were also crippled. There was no hope at all, so Yang Antai decisively chose to give up. After all, no one knew the situation at that time. If he did something more and inadvertently angered Li Zongjiu again, the consequences would be even worse. Perhaps the 2 of them would not be able to return today. The 2 of them had also rehearsed their words along the way. The ruthless evil lord, Li Zongjiu, did not put them in his eyes at all. He had also insulted the Haotian sect many times. In the end, he even sneakily attacked the 2 martial nephews. The 2 of them were severely injured and had their cultivations crippled. Not only that, they even captured the 2 of them and used them as hostages. Initially, the 2 of them wanted to fight to the death. However, after considering the situation of the 2 of them, they could only return and report this matter to the sect. And the 2 of them were very coincidental. On the way, they met Elder Lu Wan, who had been wandering around for a few days and did not dare to return to the sect. He had been driven out of the Black Canal Royal City. Originally, he should have returned directly to the sect. But the elder who was injured by the King of Fire was too seriously injured, so he had to recuperate for a few days. When he recovered a little, he hurried back to the sect. In the middle of the night, he met Deputy Hall Master Yang Antai, who had hurried back from afar. Deputy Hall Master Yang, what's the matter? Yang Antai saw that Lu Wan's face was full of worry, and at the same time, there was a shadow that lingered between his eyebrows. It's a long story. Aren't you in the Black Canal Royal City? Why did you return to the sect? Suddenly, Yang Antai thought of some rumors about Li Zongjiu. It was said that Li Zhongjio seemed to have destroyed the Black Canal Basilica. Lu Wan and Lu Wan happened to be in charge of this matter. Don't tell me you were messed up by that guy called Evil Lord? Yang Antai immediately asked with a gloomy face. Huh? How did you know? Today we were ordered to occupy the land of the 9 cities. In the end, who knew that Li Zhongjiu would appear? He was extremely strong. We fought with him for thousands of rounds, but in the end we were seriously injured by him. 2 of our martial nephews were also captured by him. Chapter 1109. At dawn. In the land of 9 cities, within the territory of Soldier City, there was an extremely tense state of deployment and vigilance. These people were all ambitious and no one could guarantee what they would do. The most important thing was to be careful and take precautions. Today, people from the other 6 cities would be present. The first to arrive was naturally Su Chun from the South City. Su Chun only brought a few loyal subordinates with him. Of course, the rest of the troops were also on standby. If they received the signal, they would certainly not hesitate to attack. You're quite early. Huang Weihu and Su Chun chatted. Su Chun was considered an old senior in the land of 9 cities. His position was respected, and the fact that he could survive until now was enough to prove his strength. If Huang Weihu wanted to choose an alliance, he would definitely choose to ally with Su Chun. The main hall for the meeting was called the Stone Heart Hall. The Stone Heart Hall used a round table. Those who arrived would be seated first. There was no hierarchy or anything like that. Only the leaders sat in the Stone Heart Hall. The rest of the guards also waited directly outside the hall. Once the Stone Heart Hall was closed, the inside and outside would be blocked. Moreover, the layout of the Stone Heart Hall could be seen clearly at a glance. There was no need to worry about any ambush. In addition, because of the structure of the Stone Heart Hall, it was useless to inscribe a Yuan inscription formation on it. General Sun Hong from the North City has arrived. General Shi Tian from the East City has arrived. General Lu Chuanfei from the West City has arrived. The 3 of them seem to have agreed to arrive at the same time. I haven't come to the Stone Heart Hall for a long time. How did this place become so dilapidated? After General Sun Hong from the North City walked in, he sat down boldly and put his legs directly on the table. At the same time, he also sneered at the environment of the Stone Heart Hall. In the past, the Stone Heart Hall was the place where the leaders of the land of 9 cities held their annual meeting every year. Even if the relationship between them was tense, they would still come here for the meeting. Of course, this was a tradition left by the ancestors. Later on, this tradition was no longer maintained. Now, unless there was an invasion, no one would come to the Stone Heart Hall to discuss matters. In the past, the relationship between the leaders of the 9 cities was relatively good. However, the people under them were also constantly competing. At the end of the year, if there were still some serious conflicts that had not been resolved, then everyone would discuss in the Stone Heart Palace. Those who needed to be compensated would be compensated, and those who needed to be returned to their territories would be returned to their territories. However, later on, the situation in the 9 cities became even more chaotic, and there was even a change of dynasty. In the end, this fine tradition was shelved. Old Su, since I've met you here today, let's have a proper discussion. You're from the southern city. How dare you step into the territory of my northern city? Do you think I'm dead? Clearly, this Sun Hong had an extremely violent temper. Before coming here, he had already discussed with the other 2. With the 3 of them joining forces, their strength was definitely considered to be extremely strong, at least in this Stone Heart Hall. Hence, there was no need to worry about other situations. It was impossible for all 6 of them to work together. So what if I step on you? Su Chun said disdainfully. Here, it was meaningless to talk about right and wrong. Only when you were strong, you were right. Only when you had a bigger fist was the absolute truth. Otherwise, even if you were right, it would be useless. Well, Then I'd like to see whether the ancestral teachings of the Stone Heart Palace can protect you today. Sun Hong slammed the table in front of him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the stone table in front of him shook violently at this moment. The ancestral teachings of the Stone Heart Palace. You can't fight in the Stone Heart Palace. If you want to fight, you have to wait until you leave the Stone Heart Palace. At that time, you can fight however you want. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Huang Weihu and the others did not try to stop them. Anyway, they could not stop them. Sooner or later, they would fight. It was better to kill a few of them now. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Su Chen's momentum did not decrease at all. Just when both sides were unable to back down, another voice came from outside the door. Wild Lion City General Zhou Bachuan has arrived. Zhou Bachuan? When they heard this name, everyone's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Among the generals of the 9 cities, they had more or less understood each other's temperament. Everyone guessed that with Zhou Bachuan's character, he would definitely not come. This was because Zhou Bachuan was very disdainful and did not put anyone in his eyes. However, Zhou Bachuan's territory was the smallest. It was also because of this small territory that Zhou Bachuan was very convenient and efficient in managing it. It was also very difficult for outsiders to break in. Ordinary people did not dare to provoke Zhou Bachuan at all. In addition, Zhou Bachuan's strength was also very tyrannical. If it was not necessary, no one would provoke him. Originally, they thought that Zhou Bachuan would not care about the news that Su Chern had sent before. Who would have thought that he would actually come in person this time? The stocky Zhou Bachuan walked in, wearing a golden armor. He was the one who looked the most like a general among these people. It was said that Zhou Bachuan was indeed a soldier. Later on, he wandered to the 9 cities and started a series of entrepreneurial battles. In the end, he came to this step today and became one of the 9 great leaders. All the soldiers under him were extremely well trained. They looked just like a regular army. I didn't expect that even General Zhou would come in person. I thought that General Zhou would not come. Sun Hong said. This Sun Hong was really annoying. He liked to chat with people when he saw them and then insisted on increasing his sense of existence. However, Zhou Bachuan directly sat down. He did not care about Sun Hong's words at all, as if he did not hear them at all. When Zhou Bachuan sat down, an invisible deterrence was formed. Sun Hong's aura was not worth mentioning at all in front of the latter. After being directly ignored, Sun Hong obviously felt a little bored. In the end, he could only look at Su Chen. After today's meeting is over, I'll come and settle the score with you. Huang Weihu, that evil lord, are you coming or not? If not, I'm going to leave. This general is very busy. Sun Hong said arrogantly. One had to know that Sun Hong was a great general who controlled tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. He was above tens of thousands of people. In his own territory, he could kill anyone he wanted. Being able to come here could be considered as giving face to evil lord. However, now that 6 of them had arrived, Li Zongjiu still did not appear. Did he really think that they were street gangsters? However, no one paid any attention to Sun Hong. After Sun Hong shouted a few words, he directly sat down, moving here and there. Finally, another figure walked in. However, it was a girl in a black gauze dress, not Li Zongjiu. Wan Yulan walked in. Everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Wan Yulan. Is everyone here? Yes, Miss Wan. Except for the General of War City, everyone else is already here. Huang Weihu quickly got up and said. Then, he introduced the people in front of him to Wan Yulan. Why is it a girl? Could it be that the legendary evil lord is a girl? Sun Hong said sarcastically, obviously mocking Wan Yulan. Immediately, Wan Yulan's eyes suddenly became cold, faintly revealing a cold light. When her eyes fell on Sun Hong had a very uncomfortable feeling, but how could he, Sun Hong, be scared by such a little girl? What? Do you want to eat me? I'm afraid it's not convenient here. Why don't you come to my room and we can have a good talk? Sun Hong said flirtatiously. Immediately, Wan Yulan's eyes released a cold light, and as her eyes flashed, Sun Hong's body seemed to be imprisoned by some kind of force. Spiritual force. Sun Hong immediately sensed it. His face suddenly changed. However, at the same time, a jade talisman on Sun Hong's body lit up instantly. Bang! Sun Hong was directly shaken out and fell to the ground, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, Sun Hong himself was shocked. The spiritual force just now was very terrifying. Fortunately, he had a protective treasure in his hand. Shi Tian and Lu Chuanfei looked at each other. They took out their weapons one after another, facing Wan Yulan in front of them. This stinky girl, you dare to break the ancestral teachings of the Stone Heart Palace and ignore the rules of the 9 cities. What are you waiting for? Take this stinky girl down.